6 to 7 in the morning, widespread moderate to heavy rain, smack dab in that commute from 6 to 7 o'clock. A couple more storms coming in. Again, those are little hail cores you see here in this radar simulation. We still have at midday showers and thunderstorms moving through, so you see it's just waves of it coming through there in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, this is the back edge as it's moving east, and there's the rest of your evening as we be. Hey, Jenny.
Tonight?
Gonna be a night. Gonna be a night. I'm gonna upload this here, then I'll take a look at the times and.
Dope. Yeah,
Yes.
I haven't seen any times come in. I asked Master Patrol, hey, what times are our network breaks? They haven't given us any. So.
Okay, the national spots.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay. Well, once we have those, I'm gonna shoot for every 45 minutes, and
Okay.
we'll
And I
circle
know they're
those.
just now doing shift change, so.
Okay.
maybe a few minutes.
Well, good deal.
They're here in a minute. If you're looking for me, she'll be coming back to here.
Let me text Jessica here real fast.
I told Javier, yeah, I don't mind staying because I thought I'd seen until 9 p.m., 9 a.m. I was like, okay, that's not too bad. And then he comes in, so, 3. I'm looking at him like, 3 a.m., huh? Yeah, I'm trying to get the morning crew to come in early, but they're all asleep right now. It's like, last couple times that there's been flood watches, Glenn's had to stay until 7 a.m. on weekends. Got lots of OT, I guess.
Hi, News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. I'm going to keep you up to date here through the night on showers and thunderstorms coming through as we'll overnight into tomorrow morning have a building threat for some flooding in our area and maybe a strong to severe storm. Right now, that storm coming into Carrizo Springs is almost severe. It has penny to nickel size hail in it and frequent lightning as it's moving east. Really high rainfall rates in that storm too, as that's heading towards Cotulla in LaSalle County. All right, we've had some batches of rain moving through Bexar County. Right now, just some really light rain in parts of the county, and that weak thunderstorm now is up into Guadalupe County, parts of Wilson County there around Laverne. You'll go a little bit closer in here for you. You see Seguin is getting into the rain, south side Guadalupe County into Wilson County, and occasionally a little lightning and thunder here, but certainly nothing that's even remotely close to being severe. We have a nice little thunderstorm heading up across Edwards County towards Rock Springs. That was around Del Rio earlier. See, there is more activity back to the west that's moving northeast into Del Rio and Laughlin Air Force Base out west. And then as we take this down to the south, again, that's the strongest storm in our area right now coming into Carrizo Springs and Asherton. Inside that storm is some hail, a lot of lightning on it. It's a noisy storm, and it could have gusts of up to 40, 50 miles an hour. And again, you put that into the flow, that's heading east towards LaSalle County here. And there's more development right in here too. So the overall trend is that this whole area right in here is just going to get much more active through the night. Every hour that passes by, we're going to continue to see radar fill in, and it's going to include thunderstorms too. So to kind of give you an idea, here's our future radar. This is at 2 in the morning. You see the showers and the thunderstorms. It sees here, this is the latest from the high-res model. So as we roll on this now to 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning, again, these storms here, as seen in this model, would have some hail in them. I feel it's more pea, dime, penny size hail though, and so smaller variety hail and really high rainfall rates and lightning too. They could be some noisy storms. So that's at 4 to 5 in the morning, and you can see the setup. Notice how future radar here is training the moderate to heavy rain over the same area. If that happens with high rainfall rates, we can plan on seeing some flash flood warnings issued late in the night into your morning commute in and around Bexar County with that kind of a scenario of training of the heavy rainfall. Notice that's at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 to 10 o'clock, still dealing with patches of rain and these scattered thunderstorms in the mix. That's at midday. Showers and thunderstorms. This is not a severe look here. This is just moderate to heavy rain, reinforcing rain we've already seen. And then notice as we work our way through 3 in the afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, strong storms to the east. And then this is the back edge of the rain as it's moving away. We're drying out quickly through Friday evening. So total rainfall, my expectation is for an easy 1 to 3 inches of rain across our area, locally over 3 inches of rain possible. And you can kind of see this axis of heavy rainfall in and around Bexar County is in the mix on this here too. And there are also maybe some higher totals up here too, where it looks like it's a little underdone, less than an inch of rain. So everyone is in the mix here for 1 to 3 inches of rain or more. Our 4-Zone weather app, free download for your smartphone or your tablet here through the night into tomorrow morning as the rain continues to expand across our area. There is that risk for a little bit of hail, so if you want to see if the storm's coming in your area has hail and the size of it, our 4-Zone weather app will be able to show that to you. And of course, any watches or warnings that are issued, advisories, this app will pick up on that. We'll continue to watch the showers and storms with updates through the night from the 4-Zone Weather Center. Okay, so this is live TV here from News 4 at the weather wall here. And so we just did a cut-in on News 4. And what we're going to do here for YouTube, Facebook, and on our website here, we're just going to do, again, a little bit more coverage for you on the trends and things that I'm seeing. And we'll take our time here to kind of pick this apart for you a little bit. But things are really unfolding as expected. There has been nothing so far, as I'm looking at the trends, that suggests things are falling off on the wayside, or there's an uptick, an unusual uptick. Everything just looks like it's following the script as I expect to see it. I had the scattered 30-40% rain chance, 10 to 11 o'clock this evening. That's this kind of activity you see here. Notice there's another batch that's going to be coming in, and that will be coming right into Bexar County. What we'll do is we'll remove that there. This again is moving northeast. That'll be cutting across Medina into western Bexar County. You see how there's some development here. So this is a little area that could be prone to development like this with more development behind it, and we may find ourselves later in the night with a training scenario of these storms with high rainfall rates here. So let's go in a little bit closer here for you. And again, coming into Hondo, you see some moderate to heavy rain on the south side of Hondo down towards Frio County. Again, this activity here is moving northeast, so this downpour here, that'll be heading towards Alamo Ranch to Helotes and Government Canyon as you put that into the flow. That's sort of the motion of where that is heading. So far, we really haven't had much rain in western, northern Bexar County just yet. That will certainly be changing in a big way. And then you have this batch, very scattered, moving across Guadalupe, Gonzales County, a little bit of Karnes County, and scattered across Wilson County here. And you see earlier, this little batch here, that was some nice rain around Lavernia to St. Hedwig. We also had some nice pockets of rain in the south side of San Antonio here over the past hour or so. So that's what we have on the broader view in around Bexar County. And again, there's a look there, Seguin. You see the heaviest of the rain right now in Seguin is south side of town there with a little bit of lightning. Thunderstorm heading towards Rock Springs. You see additional activity here coming in towards the Rio Grande Quemado to Eagle Pass, in line for that activity. More nice rainfall coming into Del Rio without the hail. And then as we take this south, this is our storm right now that has nearly at the level of severe thunderstorm warning. This is right on the cusp. That's nickel-size hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds, Carrizo Springs into Asherton, just south of Crystal City. And that storm there is moving towards Dilley to Cotulla. And that'll have to be watched. That could pulse up to throw out quarter-size hail in time here. So we'll continue to watch that. The best chance for a severe storm with 1-inch hail would be the southern half of the area if we're going to get that. Further north, while there's hail risk, it's more small variety of hail potential. Pea, dime, penny, maybe nickel size on the larger end for the northern half of that area. To get 1-inch hail for a warning or larger, it's a southern tier. This is the best chance for that to happen here. So again, seeing signs in here that stronger dynamics are beginning to sort of work on our atmosphere. This will continue as the big system is out to the west, approaching El Paso, and it's moving east. So we should continue to see a quite an impressive sort of a filling in and blossoming on radar of rain with thunderstorms. And you really see the trend captured here with our future radar, this high-res model here trying to latch onto the conditions and show us the trends. Again, these are all thunderstorms you see here with the high rainfall rates. We've sampled the atmosphere with a weather balloon launch in Del Rio this evening, kind of get a feel for how much water the atmosphere is holding. We call it precipitable water, and it's just below 2 inches. And that's pretty high for this time of the year for us here. So any storm that you might see, the heaviest of the downpours will easily have 2 to 3 inches per hour rainfall rates in them. And so, we'll be watching that closely because as a storm moves by and another one comes in behind it, that's how you're going to be really filling up some rain gauges pretty quick. As seen here at 4:30 in the morning, those would be strong storms with dime, penny, nickel-size hail in them. So, we do want to account for that possibility, the heavy rain, frequent lightning. So it could get pretty noisy in the middle of the night. And then in the morning, this overall configuration as seen here, that's training of moderate to heavy rain over the same area. And notice that's Bexar County. And with the urban development landscape that we have here, that easily starts producing flood advisories that could be elevated to flash flood warnings. So I want to plan accordingly for that early in the morning Friday, that there could be some road closures, and we find ourselves with the typical ponding on roadways that we would see, especially in those construction zones here. I think that morning commute really looks pretty messy to me. First thing in the morning, especially with a trend like that. Periods of rain, light to moderate rain, mixed in with occasional rounds of these thunderstorms. That's through the morning on Friday into the lunch hour. That's impressive to see. Nice rainfall event for our region. There's the middle of the afternoon. These are some strong storms as seen here with wind gusts and some hail in our eastern zone heading into the Houston area. And then this would be a little bit more subdued. These are just pockets of moderate to heavy rain that you see. And then it really winds down quickly in the evening. So the flood watch is until 9 o'clock. This suggests here that by 6 to 7 o'clock, things are really tapering off quickly as it all moves east, and then drier air is coming in, and we're going to get ourselves a night down into the 40s and low 50s into Saturday morning. Total rainfall, this is a model that I feel has the overall trend and idea captured fairly well. I like a 1 to 3 inch range, so your expectation should be at least to get an inch of rain, but many of us are going to fall in this range here of 2, 3 inches. And then that plus sign means, absolutely I could see a case of 3.5, 4.5, 5+ inches of rain. Just depends on where those storms track and entrain over the same area, which is really hard to detect until you're almost on top of the storms as they're evolving and you see the setup happen. So the plus sign kind of keeps the range of potential open for higher isolated amounts, but that's a 1 to 3 inch rainfall expectation for our area. And again, our 4-zone weather app, this is going to really come in handy here for you. It has audio alerts too, so voice alerts if you're sleeping in the middle of the night. There's a flash flood warning issued if you wanted to hear it. You could set that on the settings of the 4-zone weather app here, but tracking rain, zooming in, street level mapping, hail cores, you could see them with hail tracker, give you a size estimate based on what our 4-zone weather app sees. It's really pretty good in terms of doing that. And of course it picks out other signatures for you too, strong wind signatures or tornadic signatures. Not expecting tornadoes through all this here, so that's really not on the table as I see it. Flooding is the big ticket item, some hail, some gusts, but I'm not really looking for a tornado scenario to unfold here through this over the next 24 hours. There's your day tomorrow. It's it's in the 60s all day long, so it is a rainy day. It is really cool. The evening, as the rain moves off, we're going to be in the low 60s, and then we drop to a low of 52. So the weekend, long sleeve light jacket early in the morning, get your weekend started. But then we warm up nicely through the 60s into the low 70s on Saturday, 77 on Sunday. We will warm up into the 80s to near 90 the middle of next week. And then another front coming through with a scattered chance of a couple showers or thunderstorm later next week. This right now does not look anything like this here. So there are no weather alert days on that forecast for later next week. All right, so what we're going to do here is kind of wrap this up. I'm going to back this all the way up. We're going to go back to our main radar look here for you and kind of just sort of set the stage one last time as we look at things. And again, this batch here, that's going to be moving into Bexar County, light to moderate to pockets of heavier rain coming into the county. There'll be more coming in behind that into the county. So we're kind of opening the door now. Over the next couple of hours, it'll start to get a little noisier into the area. Give it 3, 4, 5 hours. It'll be really impressive here on radar. And again, that's the strong storm in our area, Dimmitt County. That storm there is strong to just about severe with some hail in it, a lot of lightning, and that's heading towards Cotulla here. So that'll do it here for our live stream update. We'll continue to stream the radar coverage here for you, and then we'll be doing updates here through the night. Do a cut in on News 4 here in about 10 seconds. All right, News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Uchan. It's 12:23 here on your Friday morning. I want to get you up to speed on where things stand with showers and storms. We do have some thunderstorms in Bexar County. They're not severe, but dropping some heavy rainfall. 2 severe thunderstorms in our area, Maverick County and also down in LaSalle County, for 1-inch hail or a little bit larger, and some strong wind gust potential on these 2 storms, and a lot of lightning. We're going to go down there in just a second to take a look at those storms. First of all, you can see in around Bexar County, this wave here moving across. There is some lightning in here, some downpours, especially now in the northern end of Bexar County. Note that this thunderstorm here is coming in behind it. So another wave of some heavier rainfall will follow in right behind those storms. We'll go a little closer in. Castle Hills to up around the Rim, La Cantera, Oakland Estate, seeing some pretty good rain coming into Chavado Park and Hollywood Park. Stone Oak and Timberwood Park up next. They're along I-10 through the Dominion and Cross Mountain, Leon Springs, seeing some pretty good rainfall. And then light to moderate patches of rain as you work into the central part of the county, heading into Schertz. And eventually this will be working right up into Comal County towards New Braunfels. Pockets of heavy rain with some lightning strikes here around Hondo and coming into Casterville, Lacoste. There into Lytle, seeing some heavier rainfall. Again, that's moving northeast towards the west side here of Bexar County. Go down south, Cotulla in a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of lightning on that storm. It had a history of golf ball size hail in Dimmitt County. Still could throw out hailstones around golf ball size or so as it's coming into LaSalle County with some strong wind gust potential and torrential rainfall on that storm. This storm here moving quickly right across Maverick County. Tremendous amount of lightning on that storm. There you see quarter-size hail and some strong wind gust potential on that severe thunderstorm warning. That storm heading towards La Pryor in Zavala County, just south of Uvalde based on its current track. See additional scattered showers and thunderstorms coming into Del Rio, more back to the west. In fact, the overall trend is that radar is just going to continue to fill in over our area as dynamics strengthen through the night. There's the big system driving this weather. It's moving east. It's heading directly toward us, and for every hour that passes, the lift on the atmosphere is going to get more and more impressive, and radar will continue to expand with this widespread rain and thunderstorms. So at 3 in the morning gives you an idea of how radar may look. That would be a strong to severe storm in the southern half of our area with hail, some strong gusts at face value. Otherwise, this is really heavy rain, a little noisy with the storms. We may see a scenario where storms train over the same area with high rainfall rates. That would produce flood advisories and maybe a flash flood warning or 2 into your Friday morning commute. So we'll be watching out for that. Notice late morning, it's just waves of rain and thunderstorms into the afternoon. Continuation of periods of rain and thunderstorms, 2 to 3 into the afternoon. Still for the ride home, pockets of rain and a little thunder and lightning. Quickly moves east and then out of the area, and we're drying out Friday evening. So total rainfall is, the expectation is 1 to 3 inches of rain or more possible, and that flood watch is in effect for that scenario where we could get 3, 4, 5+ inches of rain in isolated spots. Of course, our 4-zone weather app, free download for your smartphone or your tablet. Track the rain. You can see where it's heading with future radar. It also has a hail tracker product in it too, so you can see if it has hail and how big that hail may be. We'll continue to watch the rain and storms from the 4-zone weather center. Okay. And this will be over a commercial break, right? Okay, for those of you who are watching the live stream right now, we're getting ready to do a cut-in on News 4, and then we'll do some live stream updating after the cut-in. Well, good morning to you here on this Friday. It is 12:46. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Succi. I want to take advantage of this commercial break opportunity, get you caught up with where we stand with showers and storms in the area. We have a couple of batches moving through Bexar County into Comal County. You also notice we do have severe storms, Zavala County, heading east towards Frio County, and then another severe storm down there into LaSalle County. So we'll take this first of all and zoom it in around Bexar County. Let's work our way up to New Braunfels here as we go a little closer in. And you see pockets of heavy rainfall, Casterville to Rio Medina, just sort of scraping Hondo. This is moving east-northeast. They're along 90 into Bexar County, right to around about Lackland. Notice again, that is moving northeast. Not a severe storm. Does have some lightning strikes with it, occasionally some loud thunder, and again, moderate to heavy rain in that storm. That'll be coming in behind this batch here, which was just over this portion of Bexar County. The heaviest of the rain at the moment, they're from Randolph into Schertz and Cibolo. Very heavy rainfall here, right into Garden Ridge. Of course, parts of Hollywood Park, Chavano Park, and Stone Oak have been seeing this rainfall. And that is moving now up into Comal County. There you see Canyon Lake with thunderstorms moving in. Again, not severe. In New Braunfels with thunder and lightning here too, in parts of Guadalupe into Comal County here. Again, that's a strong storm. Doesn't have large hail with it, to be sure, but it's a pocket of heavy rain, maybe a few gusts over 30 miles an hour to be sure on that, and the lightning and the thunder. Now, we go down south. This is a severe thunderstorm warning was just issued in McMullen County. Here you can see the warning expiration here on it. That's for quarter-size hail or maybe some strong gusts to 50 to 60 miles an hour. A lot of lightning on this storm too. It dropped golf ball size hail in parts of Dimmitt County earlier. So now that's coming into Fowlerton and Tilden, eventually working its way towards Choke Canyon as it's moving to the east. And that'll also be dropping some heavy rain for our far southern tier counties. There's the hail core on it. Again, that's getting around probably about ping pong to near golf ball size hail on it right now in LaSalle County. This storm here has some pretty large hail on it too. 1 inch or larger in diameter is possible on it between La Pryor to Crystal City. There you see the hail size on it here. Again, ping pong to golf ball size is possible on this storm with a lot of lightning on it. And there you see the warning that is active as it's coming into Batesville, La Pryor on the north side here of Crystal City there along Highway 83 moving to the east. Additional showers and storms in Uvalde County scattered back to the west. And this will continue through the night tonight. We're seeing radar trends fill in across a good chunk of the area overnight as our big upper level system is, here it is, to the west. It's moving right at us here. So here's future radar through the night. Again, strong to severe storm potential in the southern tier at 2 to 3 in the morning. Otherwise, this is pockets of rain, at times heavy, training over the same area through the morning into the afternoon. You see how it's just waves of rain and thunderstorms, and it all comes to an end by the evening. Total rainfall will be a solid 1 to 3 inch rain in our area, locally more possible. So we have the flood watch in effect until Friday evening at 9 o'clock here. But that's the latest. It's going to be a little bit of a rainy night, stormy night in our area into that morning commute. We'll keep you posted. Okay, it is now 12:50, and we're going to continue to do some live stream updates here on our platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and of course, news4sa.com, our website here. Let's spend a little bit of time kind of picking things apart here for you tonight if you're up with me. And maybe the thunder's got you up with some of the lightning flashes. I know it's pretty noisy in parts of our area. This is the flood watch until 9 o'clock this evening. And it goes from Del Rio into San Antonio, Floresville, Stockdale, Gonzales is in it, Seguin. It does not include Lavaca County or down to the south. Now, the Weather Service, you could always add a few counties here to the watch. depending on radar trends. I mean, we already have some heavy rain right now moving from LaSalle to McMullen County. So if we were to see a trend of additional storms coming in behind that, you might find that a little bit of an extension to the south could happen with this flood watch. But right now, the expectation is that the flood risk would be highest into this watch and north at this time. Now, again, you see we do have this batch here moving to the east, and with it, you have this opportunity for some heavy rainfall for our southern tier counties. As you go further south out of our area, the chances for heavier rainfall do drop off. Yes, some rain way down south out of our viewing area, but the chance for heavier rain into the 1 to 3 inch variety of rain total begins to lower the further south you are. So, love seeing some of this heavier rainfall in our far southern tier. That sort of ensures that you do see some quality rain through all of this. And then as you press for every county north, the odds to get into just a good rain event really do increase. I mean, we really look good. I love how things are trending for a good quality soaking for our area after, 10, 11 days ago we had a big rainfall for our area. All right, you see the 2 warnings that are active here. Again, let's go ahead and just sort of walk you through some of the details here on what I see. We'll start over here and kind of work our way down as you go up here to Canyon Lake and up around Spring Branch, getting clipped with some rain here on the north side of the lake as well. You see this is moderate to heavy rain, a little noisy over Canyon Lake, some lightning flashes and strikes. These are cloud ground strikes you see that we're plotting. Not a severe storm though. You go down a little further to New Braunfels, rain, thunderstorms. You see how this batch here is moving northeast into New Braunfels. Garden Ridge is in it right now. Schertz to Cibolo into Marion. This is a pocket here of some really heavy rainfall. You get that shade of red, the way the atmosphere is juiced up with water. Those are going to be some really high rainfall rates here. So filling up some rain gauges in really short order with that little downpour right there moving to the east. And if it gets a little stronger, that could start to throw out a little pea-sized hail too. But I wouldn't expect severe hail from that. But again, that just sort of symbolizes heavier rain if you're lucky enough to be in that downpour right now. Do want to point out that I've heard some power issues, some flickering of the power, some of these lightning strikes that we do have. So understand that while not severe storms, there's always that risk. And I've heard from some of you who said you've seen your power sort of flickering here with these thunderstorms coming through. Nice areas of light to moderate rain for parts of Bexar County into downtown. And then along 90, this is where you have a pocket of some heavier rainfall along 90 into Castroville and Rio Medina, just south here of Medina Lake. That'll be overspreading Alamo Ranch, Government Canyon here, and even Helotes, I believe, is going to be in play for this batch here. Again, you see it is lifting northeast. So you put that into the flow here where it's heading. Helotes, there's Leon Valley, Oakland Estates, Castle Hills, up around La Cantera. Should be in some pretty good shape here to see this batch come in. And that'll follow in behind the batch you just had here over the past hour. So you kind of see that this is that little bit of that training scenario where you get one storm followed by another one. And if we continue to see this through the night, then you're going to start thinking about some flooding issues here and road closures. We'll go a little further here to the south, and let me go ahead and pull the view out here just a bit to get a little bit more perspective here for you. And so, let's go ahead and bring this back in just a bit. You see we do have these scattered showers here. We're going to take this now down to the south, and we do have this south of Atascosa County. That's a supercell storm that we have. It's an elevated supercell. What I mean by that is it's riding up and over a layer of cool air and temperatures. And so there's enough wind shear and instability aloft that it's able to organize that storm. It's a little hail factory. And it does have some gusts in it too. That's right over Fowlerton. Really a noisy storm right now over Fowlerton there. You can see as it's moving here along 97, heading east from Cotulla into Fowlerton, and eventually Tilden will be up next. And I would expect that storm could be moving over Choke Canyon here in time there around Three Rivers. So that's the track here on that storm and the warning for it. And then as we take this over, it's settling down now in Cotulla. Dilley getting scraped with a little bit of rain. Of course, you already had this storm come through Dimmitt County. It was dropping a quarter to golf ball size hail and a lot of lightning here across Dimmitt County as it was passing through. Now you just have these little scattered showers. Although on occasion, we'd want to watch. There could be a little lightning that fires up at a few of these showers here. So that could be, eventually they could be developing thunderstorms. We go a little further north into Zavala County up 83. from Crystal City north into La Pryor. That's a pretty active stretch right now with some hail embedded in here. And also the possibility of some strong gusts coming into Batesville. And you see Uvalde's on the far north end of it here, so you're going to get scraped with some rain and some lightning and thunder from it here, but you're going to miss the strongest part of this storm, as that'll stay here to the east and south of you here as it's working towards Batesville to Frio County. And then we go a little bit further north. Here you see from around Sabinal, then maybe near Concan, heading up 83 towards Lakey. These are little patches of rain that we have. Some scattered rain around Rock Springs. Take this out to the west. And Del Rio and Bracketville has sort of been in and out of the rain. You see that there's more activity here to the west, southwest of Del Rio too. So understand that it's just going to be waves of it here through the night, developing and coming in. And that's another strong storm right there that'll be coming into Quemado. And let's go ahead and see if we can kind of bring this down a little bit. And for those of you that might even be joining me down around Laredo, you're way south of this activity right now. So this is primarily up in the San Antonio television market. The hail cores, well, let's see if we can take a look at that here for you. There you can see the hail. This is a 1 inch or a little larger than 1 inch hail, LaSalle, McMullen County line heading east. And then this hail core here in Zavala County continues to be pretty impressive right now. So I'll kind of give you an idea there on the hail size on that. Whew, getting up maybe near tennis ball size hail. 2 inch plus diameter hail is possible now on that storm. Let's put another marker in there, different part of the hail core. So you see 2 to 2.5 inch diameter hail between Crystal City and La Pryor there on 83. So that's definitely a severe thunderstorm. Large hail in here and the strong winds. The latest on the warning, they have it at 1.5 inch diameter hail. So we'll see if they freshen the warning and maybe increase the hail size a bit. Their hail tracker was showing me it could be 2 inches plus here at the moment. And there you see. Say that again, please. Okay, yeah, so I was just told that some of you are asking about Cotulla. Cotulla is in the clear from that heavy thunderstorm. You see the hail is here well off to your east. So you are now in much better shape. And then in this storm here is going to be moving towards Frio County. So you will not be catching this thunderstorm here. So to kind of give you an idea, there you can see that storm is moving away from you. Still, you see the lightning and hearing the thunder in Cotulla, but it's heading east. And then again, as I said, this other storm here, that is heading to Frio County on its current track. So that will not be a Cotulla thunderstorm as it's moving here to the east. All right, so that's the broad view. Eventually, this thunderstorm, I feel it can make a run at Atascosa County. Some of this activity here, that could be filling in behind heading towards Bexar County too. You see this little batch in here? This could be a zone of showers and storms that kind of spreads northeast. So anything that you see back out in this direction has a chance to eventually be a player for Bexar County, in around Bexar County here. That's the overall kind of a setup here. You look at the big broad view, you see how you can sort of pick out an axis right in here. This is sort of the favored area right now for lift on the atmosphere, developing showers and storms in this corridor right in here. And that's where the atmosphere is feeling the influence of this upper level trough. There it is. This is the way it looks about 15 to 20,000 feet into the atmosphere here. And I mentioned this earlier in the evening Thursday that instead of going whoop up to our north, a lot of times they could pull northeast, this one here is actually going to go really more or less right over us. And that will put us in a really good area of lift. Unfortunately, for areas way in South Texas, the lower RGV, probably too far south to really get into the good dynamics coupled with good moisture for big rain. So this is really more for our viewing region, Central and South Texas, and then also around Midland. And then further north, North Texas into the Panhandle kind of misses out with that track going to the east here. So that's the big driver in the atmosphere, all this. We also have a front, stationary front that's kind of draped across the southern part of our area. It might be sort of drifting north tonight, not making too much progress, but air flowing up and over that boundary too is also another form of lift. So, I mean, it's just all the pieces are there for a good rain event. This is a real high confidence forecast. We're getting good quality rain after what we had about 10, 11 days ago. So 3 to 3:30 in the morning. This is pretty widespread rain and thunderstorms. This is a high-res model. I think it's doing a really nice job on capturing the trends. Take it at face value. That's a strong to severe storm. Atascosa County, McMullen, heading east across 37. You would want to watch that for Goliad to Karnes County in our viewing area. Again, that would be a hail core right there. And then this is moderate to heavy rain. Take this a little further. See, there's really some good rain across the hill country, the Edwards Plateau. There's a strong storm there seen in the model. Notice there's a little less activity as you head 37 down towards Corpus, where it's more light and patchy down here. And then these are showers and storms too. This is at 6 o'clock. You know, and again, any kind of a pattern of training where storms moving over the same area, especially in Bexar County, that's a recipe for flood advisories or a flash flood warning. And so we'll be really on guard for that late at night into the early hours of your morning on Friday. That's at 8:30. These are patches of rain and thunderstorms seen here. And you just see it's just sort of through the day. There could be lulls and times where it sprinkles or mist, but there always will be pockets of rain or these scattered thunderstorms to move across. So that's the flavor of the day on our Friday. You see, this is midday, lunchtime into the afternoon around 2 o'clock. These are pretty strong storms seen here in the model. Those would have wind gusts and maybe some hail on them in our eastern zone. And these are pockets of some moderate to heavy rainfall still coming across. So the rain totals are just climbing through the day as this all moves through. This is the back edge. This is at 5 into the evening. So if you have Friday evening plans out on the town, this will all be pushing through and then to the east with rapid drying behind it. Now, I will tell you that the Great Texas Air Show, they had Military Appreciation Day scheduled for today. That was canceled because of the weather. But the air show itself, Saturday and Sunday, as far as I could tell, is still very much on schedule. But they did cancel today's event, which was Military Appreciation Day. And oftentimes you'll see the Thunderbirds and the pilots out there, various aircraft doing practice runs and flying around the city in formations, with the Thunderbirds. Don't think we're going to really see much of that Friday. But again, the weekend weather is going to be really nice. Special weekend. Low humidity, cool, crisp mornings in the low 50s, 40s into the hill country. Afternoons that'll be in the low 70s Saturday, mid-upper 70s on Sunday with the low humidity. Lots of sunshine. All right, so this is total rainfall. Looking for 1 to 3 inches of rain or more. So that's the reason for the flood watch here. And even if you're looking at some of these numbers here, understand that this is just one model. You could easily get a couple of thunderstorms that scrape across here and you get another ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch more than what you see. So what I like and what I'm trying to show you is that you see how a good chunk of our area gets 1 to 3 inches of rain, and it could be more in some cases here. So with that in mind, I invite you to download our 4-zone weather app. Do you have it on your smartphone or your tablet? It's free. I know many of you do. It really comes in handy. It's packed with tools. We put a lot of tools into it to keep you ahead of the weather. You can see that there's you have the 7-day forecast. There's an hourly forecast. You can click on any day and get a breakdown on the day itself here. We also have some alerts in there for you. So if you want to see if there's hail in a storm, it's what I call our hail tracker product. It'll show you the hail core, and then it gives you an estimate on the hail size that you're looking at. And you can kind of zoom in on it too with street level mapping here. And there's also downburst wind and tornadic signatures if those are situations that we have in our area here. So it has all those features, watches and warnings and advisories. You could set notifications, let you know if there's lightning within 10, 15 miles of your house or if rain's coming in. There's audio alerts too. Maybe if you're on the other side of the house or you're sleeping and you want to get a warning, an audible warning notification, you can have that set as well there. So just to let you know that 4-zone weather app, free download, can really come in handy, especially with weather like this. Again, widespread rain and storms here through the night. Let's go ahead and back this up. It's 4 minutes after 1 o'clock this morning. And again, one more run through there. You can see that is that severe thunderstorm here with the hail core in Zavala County, just on the north side there of Crystal City, crossing 83. Cotulla is in better shape as that storm is moving into McMullen County, and that's where the warning is, Fowlerton into Tilden. No longer worried about severe thunderstorm in Cotulla, although there are some scattered showers developing here to your west. So you're not done with rain in Cotulla. And then again, you see the waves of showers and storms coming across Bexar County. Here's another batch coming in. And you see that there will be more showers and storms here over this batch to come in. And so it's going to be waves of rain, one after another. It's not just for the overnight forecast here, then things really are drying out during the day on Friday. Friday's going to be a little bit of a washout day and cool in the 60s. So there again, you can see this is kind of gives you a little bit of an idea here. This is going back from 11 o'clock last evening and you can kind of, over the past couple of hours, you can see the radar trends, right? You see how things are getting a little bit more active, a little bit more coverage of rain. You have the 2 severe thunderstorms here. Best chance for severe storms through the night would favor our southern half of our area, where there's a little bit better instability in the atmosphere to tap into compared to, north of Highway 90. So that's the zone. If we're going to get a storm with 1-inch hail or larger, it's going to be really our southern half of our area. But again, you see how it's just sort of coming in waves. You look at all this activity here, that's all going to be moving across here. So the setup is in play for the widespread rain and thunderstorms, and the flood watch is in effect for good reason because of this scenario here. All right, so that'll do it with our live stream coverage. We're going to continue to stream the radar. So if at any point here tonight you want to check in, you can see where the showers and the storms are. And then I'll still be in the 4-Zone Weather Center, still planning on doing some streaming updates here for you and cut-ins on News 4 here. And then Jeanette's going to be coming in early tonight here to take the baton from me and continue our coverage here as we're well underway now with our advertised rain and thunderstorms in the area. Hope you enjoy it. Let me know when I'm coming up. We getting close? So for those of you watching the live stream, we're going to do live weather over our recorded newscast here coming up. Let me know when we're in the open. All right, it's 1:23 here this Friday morning. Let's get you caught up on where things stand here. Showers and storms are moving through. This is our Raul B. Rodriguez Law weather cam view here of downtown tonight, where we've got the wet streets and parts of town getting soaked right now. Thunderstorms are moving through. They're not severe, but a little bit noisy, perhaps waking a few of you up here. 68 degrees right now at the airport with the breeze from the northeast, and we do have, thunderstorms being reported by the airport. So this is, first of all, the big broad view. These waves of showers and storms coming through. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued out into Guadalupe County. That's a pretty feisty storm coming through Seguin, heading into Gonzales County. That storm is now moving away from Seguin. You see additional strong to severe storms down here to the south with wind gusts and hail. And we're just going to continue to see these waves of showers and storms here through the night. So let's go ahead and bring this in a little bit closer. Let's first of all highlight the severe thunderstorm warning that we do have here. Again, this storm here has quarter-size hail on it, a lot of lightning, and even probably some gusts as it's been coming through, right through Seguin. And you see that is heading east there along 10, just clipping Kingsbury, and that's going to be heading right into Gonzales County. Along and south of 10 is the track here on that storm. And again, that's the hail core right in there. So the hail's moving away from Seguin. Well, that was a quick mover. Came in with a punch of some pretty heavy rain, mixed in with a little bit of hail, and very noisy coming through Seguin. A lot of cloud ground lightning strikes here on that storm. Now we go further west. New Braunfels is picking up on some rain. There's still some rain around town, Canyon Lake. You see there's another batch here coming in into Comal County across Cibolo Creek, Timberwood Park, Stone Oak, Hollywood Park, Chavano Park, out around the Dominion and I-10 here. Moderate to at times some heavier pockets of rain. Pretty heavy rain here along 410. This is right around our station right now here in Leon Valley. There at Babcock and Callahan. So that's heavy rain that's going to be moving over Castle Hills near the airport here along 10. Just on the north side here of downtown with the heaviest of that rainfall there. Again, as it's lifting to the northeast. Now, what we'll do is pull the view out here just a bit, bring it over here, and you see we do have additional showers and storms coming into Medina Lake. Here you see this is a weak thunderstorm with some heavier rainfall there north of Hondo, and you can see this batch here is going to be coming in as well. Then we go further north. Bernie, the rain is just to your south, but some of this is going to be clipping through, and there's going to be more rain later tonight, tomorrow. Don't worry, if you're not seeing it just yet, eventually you're going to get your hands on some rainfall. We do have that severe thunderstorm in McMullen County. Earlier, this storm dropped golf ball size hail in Dimmitt County, came into Cotulla with some hail and some gusts, and now there you can see it moving to the east-northeast. There's Choke Canyon, Atascosa County getting clipped here on the southern end of it, and the warning there you can see still active here on it. The hail, though, has really come down on that storm. There's another severe thunderstorm with a hail core here in Zavala County, right up against the Frio County line. That storm there has 1 inch to probably about ping pong ball size hail on it. Came right across between La Pryor and Crystal City there on 83, and a lot of lightning on that storm too, and that's coming into Pearsall to Dilley here the next half hour or so. So there you see the warning that's active on it. Winds and hail and frequent lightning here on that storm as it moves towards I-35 here in Frio County. Batten down the hatches, you get a pretty feisty, aggressive storm that's coming in. You see Uvalde getting clipped with moderate to heavy rain. The lightning strikes here, working up towards Highway 90. And then we look a little further out to the west. Patches of rain in Dimmitt County, southern Maverick County. Storm came into Quemado, Kinney County. Additional activity here that's back to the west. And in fact, when we broaden out the view here for you, everything really is on schedule with this gradual evolution and increase in the coverage of rain and the storms. This whole area right in here is just prime ground for showers and storms, because feeling the increasing lift in the atmosphere from this upper level trough, there it is right there, coming into the far western tip of Texas, instead of going up and over us, which sometimes these features can do. This one here, well, it's tracking due east. And that's going to put us into a pretty good window of really good atmospheric lift coupled with good water content in the atmosphere. And so one thing to understand is that if you're hearing thunder, you got the high rainfall rates, the atmosphere is so juiced up with water that it'll drop heavy rain in a very short amount of time. And the thing that I'm watching for tonight, you see here's the 3 in the morning, how future radar may look, is it's the training of storms over the same area. One storm moves out, another one comes in with high rainfall rates. And that's asking for it in terms of flood advisories, or even eventually getting into a couple flash flood warnings. So 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock into the morning, you see again showers and storms impacting the commute. Through the day, it's just waves of rain in these thunderstorms. At times there could be some lulls for you, but you see through the day, you got to have the umbrella with you. That's at 2 to 3 in the afternoon, still looking at showers and storms, and then trending down sharply into the evening as it all moves away and drier air moves in. By the way, it's my understanding that Military Appreciation Day has been canceled because of this weather for the Great Texas Air Show. Today, this weekend, it's all systems go for the big air show. 1 to 3 inches plus on rainfall or more possible. Of course, we do have the flood watch active until 9 o'clock of the evening on your day today. So here's our forecast. We're going to be in the 60s with a high rain chance in our 7-day forecast. We clear the way to what will be a spectacular weekend. Cool, crisp mornings, afternoons sunny, and they'll be in the 70s. Here comes Don with Sports and the Spurs. Jenny, are you going to disengage the stream after this, or and just put it in Jeanette's hands? Oh, okay. Hi, good morning to you here on this Friday. It's almost 2:30 in the morning. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. Let's get you up to date on where things stand right now. First of all, we do have a large flood advisory in and around Bexar County. That's going to be in effect until 8 o'clock this morning, where we've already had some localized flooding from the repeat rounds of downpours coming across, and with the anticipation of more coming through through the night. That's the reason why we have a long duration flood advisory. And of course, if things escalate with flooding, that'll become a flash flood warning, at least part of it will. So right now it's a flood advisory. We do have down to the south a severe thunderstorm just into the corner now of Atascosa County coming out of Frio County. That storm there is producing 1-inch hail, or maybe even a little bit larger at times, and some strong gusts to 60 miles an hour, and that's moving east towards Campbellton. There's also a strong storm in Karnes City that may have some small hail with it as well. That is moving here to the northeast there in Karnes County. So those are strong to severe storms. You see the hail core on this one going up, so that actually may eventually get a warning how it's based on how it's trending. And then you have this hail core here in the far southwestern portion of Atascosa County. All right, and then what we have in Bexar County is not severe weather, but boy, it's a little noisy at times with the thunder and lightning and pockets of some pretty heavy rainfall. Kind of work our way up here. There you can see Devine, Moore, Lytle seeing some good rain. Getting into southern Bexar County, you see these patches of rain that we do have. A little heavier here on the east side of Medina County, heading towards the Bexar County line there here in the next half hour. We do have, this is all steady, light to moderate rain, then a heavier rain as you work up 10 in the northwest part of Bexar County. Helotes seeing moderate to heavy rain with thunder and lightning spreading across the northern portions there of Bexar County, and then right up into Comal County. Here you see these pockets of rain that we have for you. And again, at times there are some breaks in the rain, but more will be filling in behind it. You see the scattered showers and storms that we have out to the west here. And so this whole zone is just going to continue to sort of fill in with waves of rain and thunderstorms that will last all day Friday, or most of the day. So there you can see in the morning, 4 to 5 o'clock, rain, thunderstorms in the area, soggy morning commute. Again, there will be some flooding issues through the drive in the morning here after all this rainfall. We work our way 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, still dealing with showers and storms. Lunch hour into the afternoon, pockets of moderate to heavy rain in the area. Could get a stronger storm or two out of this too, especially there as you work towards the coast. And then it's all moving out by the evening. So total rainfall, I still like a 1 to 3 inch rain for much of our area. Some spots will see over 3 inches of rain, and that flood watch for Bexar County west of Del Rio remains in effect until 9 o'clock today. That's the very latest. Meteorologist Jeanette Kai, she's up next with coverage. Producer Kurt.
Hey, Chris.
What's going on, buddy?
Oh, just enjoy. Good morning, everyone. 3:32 on this Friday morning. Meteorologist Jeanette Calle here with a weather update. It has been a wet night across the region. Showers and thunderstorms continue to move across the area. There is a flood watch that remains in effect, and this runs until 9 o'clock this evening. This is where flooding is possible. Areas mostly along and north of Highway 90. And there is a more imminent threat for flooding here in Bexar County. There is a flood advisory actually that extends from northern Medina County, northern Bexar County up into Comal County and portions of Guadalupe County. The flood advisory runs until 8 o'clock this morning. This is where flooding is likely to occur or already occurring. This area, this corridor has already received between 1 to 3 inches of rain and could see up to another 2 inches of rain up until about 8 o'clock in the morning. So really be careful for areas where there is high water. If you do see a flooded area, just make sure, turn around, don't drown. We'll be seeing that throughout the morning. Construction zones, poor drainage areas, low water crossings, want to stay away from those spots. We are seeing some severe thunderstorms that are producing gusty winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning, and also some hail. Let's take a look at live power Doppler radar. Here is a severe thunderstorm. It's moving towards Karnes County. This was over Atascosa County earlier. Here's the hail core. This likely has up to ping pong sized hail right there. That's over 1.5 inches in diameter. Now we're also seeing a thunderstorm up across Floresville. This is mostly producing locally heavy rain and some frequent lightning, but this severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 8 o'clock. It looks like this thunderstorm is holding on pretty strong. It is moving off towards the east. Again, watch for locally heavy rainfall, frequent cloud to ground lightning, gusty winds also likely with this over 40, 50 plus miles an hour. There is another thunderstorm. This had a severe thunderstorm warning with it earlier over Eagle Lake and Garwood. That is weakening as it continues to move east along I-10 towards Katy. Back across Bexar County, here is that flood advisory. Again, this until 8 o'clock in the morning. This includes Lake Hills, Hondo, Castroville, Helotes, of course, San Antonio, Schertz, Timberwood Park, Canyon Lake, New Braunfels, Seguin, and even towards the Luling area. A reminder, we've already seen about 1 to 3 inches of rainfall here. Could see up to another 2 inches or so of rain. So this is where at least minor flooding is possible or already seeing areas where there's high water. It is pretty active west of I-35 in our western zone. More showers and storms coming up from Mexico. Not seeing any severe thunderstorms here, but these are pretty gusty storms with pockets of torrential rain, frequent lightning, along with gusty winds closer to 30, maybe even 40 miles an hour. It is going to be a wet day. We'll continue to see the rounds of showers and thunderstorms. We'll get some breaks at times, but just get ready for a pretty soggy end to the week. First day of May, a wet one. Things are gonna kind of settle down and dry out later this evening. After the evening commute, should be drier. Skies clear out tonight, and it's going to be fantastic for the weekend. Keep it right here. I'll have another weather update for you coming up in about a half an hour.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate. You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Think about the night of the flood every moment of every day. We tried our hardest that night, and it wasn't enough to save your daughters.
If y'all are left as an operator in any form or fashion, what deterrent does that send to another operator that I can have kids die on my watch and still be an operator?
My gosh.
I'm not going to speak on personnel issues.
No interviews, just a statement.
The constant turnover from the mayor's office is becoming a real issue.
It's important to have the right team, and so if the mayor hasn't found that just yet.
This funding comes with strict guidelines. It can only be used for warning sirens, and the state has already identified where they should go. Some county leaders say this is not going to be enough money overall to cover all the places that they're concerned about.
Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins has been leading legislative efforts to uncover and address systematic fraud.
Race for the Rings playoff coverage is sponsored by the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Defender was Rudy. He's got to get it up and over the top.
Reed on the drive. Now's Reed driving. Lonsford, Gobert for the slush in and punishes the rim.
We're grateful for the way they show up, for how they wear their shirts at home games.
Now your certified most accurate four-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
It is 4:11 on this Friday morning. Good morning, everyone. We are starting off this month of May with rain. Numerous showers and thunderstorms continue across the area. Flood watch, a reminder, flood watch in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. Flooding is possible. However, there's a little more imminent risk for flooding, and I'll show you where coming up. But check out the active radar picture. Again, numerous showers and thunderstorms continue across the region. I'm no longer seeing any severe thunderstorms. However, these are pretty gusty storms that are producing torrential rain, gusty winds of at least 30 plus miles an hour. We also have frequent cloud to ground lightning, and the potential is there for at least some small hail. I'm noticing the larger storms, one moving from Maverick County towards Zavala County. There's another intense storm, or I should say gusty storm, not severe, that's starting to pull away from Uvalde. Here's a thunderstorm in Frio County moving towards Atascosa County, smaller thunderstorm right over Pleasanton. And we do have a storm that's coming into San Antonio, especially on the north side of town, and that's producing another round of soaking rain. Across the east, pretty large storm there that's headed towards Gonzales County, DeWitt County, and that will eventually move towards Lavaca County. We had severe thunderstorms earlier down across the south. Those storms have weakened. Parts of Atascosa County, Karnes County saw a bit of hail just an hour or so ago. Very active east along I-10. If you're heading towards Austin this morning, Houston, it is going to be a wet commute. There is a flood advisory, and this includes pretty much all of Bexar County, with the exception of Somerset, Elmendorf. Back across northeastern Medina County, southern Kendall County, Comal County, Guadalupe County. This is where we are seeing that more imminent risk for flooding. Minor flooding is already happening or likely to occur because this area, since about 1:30 this morning, has picked up about 1 to 3 inches of rain and could see up to another 2 inches of rain or so until 8 a.m. So really be extra careful. I'm going to continue to say this through the morning. Those areas that easily flood, construction zones, low water crossings, poor drainage areas, under bridges, overpasses, really stay away. It's going to be one of those mornings where we are going to see lots of high water out there. Here's the heavy rain, again, from downtown San Antonio to the north side, even across the northeast side, over towards Schertz, Cibolo, St. Hedwig, another batch of heavy rainfall. Not seeing a whole lot of lightning, though, with this thunderstorm activity over Bexar County right now. It is quieting down from Brackettville to just north of Eagle Pass. However, more active weather lies ahead. Here's the setup. We have a stationary front draped across the south, but this is really the big weather maker, an upper level low that is approaching from the west, and that's just bringing in lots of Pacific moisture. So on and off showers and thunderstorms throughout the day today. We'll start to see the rain taper off as we get closer to 4 or 5 o'clock this evening. We're in for a beautiful weekend. We are going to keep you guys updated on all things weather. Of course, Joy Bergen will also keep an eye on the roadways, so we'll take a look at TransGuide and all of that starting at 4:30 on News 4 San Antonio today. Probably
All right, Kurt. Mic check, audio check. 321, 321.
Just so you know, Jeanette, Christina.
your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Well, we are kicking off this month of May with wet weather. Numerous showers and thunderstorms sweeping across the region. This activity started out west after midnight, and it's been raining here on and off in San Antonio since about 2 o'clock in the morning. And notice it is a very active radar picture still. Not seeing any severe thunderstorms at the moment, but at one point just an hour or so ago, we did see some severe storms down across the south. There is a flood advisory in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. This includes Hondo, Lake Hills, Castroville, all of San Antonio, southern Kendall County included in this, same for much of Comal County and Guadalupe County. This means that minor flooding already happening or likely to happen. In this area, we've seen 1 to 3 inches of rain, could see up to another 2 inches or so of rainfall. There is moderate to heavy rain coming across San Antonio and the I-35 corridor as we speak. Down across the south, pretty gusty storm in Charlotte. That's moving towards Pleasanton. That has torrential rain. Also some brief high winds, likely with that upwards of 30 miles an hour and frequent cloud to ground lightning. Not a whole lot of lightning with a thunderstorm activity in San Antonio right now. Also some storms across the eastern zone with heavy downpours. Gonzales County, DeWitt County, now into Lavaca County. More thunderstorms. This is mostly just a steady light to moderate rain from Kirk County to Bandera County and closer to the border. Starting to see a break across portions of Kinney County and Maverick County with storms moving east across Zavala County and Uvalde County. Flood watch in effect until 9 o'clock this evening, so the potential is there for flooding through this evening. There's also a level 1 severe weather risk. Any thunderstorm that develops in this area could produce high winds and hail. So make sure that you are weather aware today. Stay away from construction zones, low water crossings, poor drainage areas. We're going to keep you guys updated through the morning. It's not going to taper off until early this evening. Closer look at your forecast for this Friday coming up.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Oh, it's going to be a morning then. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us. We appreciate that. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. It's Friday, May 1st. I just caught Jeanette saying it's not going to stop till about 5. Crazy.
Yeah. On and off, which is you really need to not let your guard down. We all drove in using the highways, obviously just different roads, 1604, 281. 410 for me. There was some ponding already.
Yes.
And the rain that was a few hours ago. So the more that we get into this, obviously, and we're going to just sort of remind you gently a lot of things that you probably know and have known for many years, but seriously be safe on those roads. They are incredibly slick, and as we make our way into the morning hours, that rain's going to accumulate really fast.
Because it's that steady, constant rain.
Yes,
so.
And you guys know it rains here in San Antonio. The water has nowhere to go, so it stays right there on the roads, and that causes obviously a lot of flooding. And there are some flood warnings that are and roads that are already flooded out as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. Let's look at your morning traffic right now. This is CPS Energy's outage map, and right now about 1,700 people are out of power. So let's be careful, and again, take it easy while out on the roads.
Speaking of, and we will have full team coverage starting at 5 a.m. with folks out there. David Mendoza will join us an hour earlier than normal, and Joy Bergen will be here as well. But you can see very slick, folks moving at a very slower rate than usual. Hopefully, 410 at Exchange Parkway. 410 at Frio. It's hard to see with the TransGuide cameras because of all the rain. Do want to talk about the flood areas. So here's a look at the Bexar County flood map for those areas that are prone to high water issues. You can see the red dots are the roads that are closed, and there's already 10 of them. So this rain that is just now going for a couple of hours already flooding out 10 roads in San Antonio, one in Alamo Heights, Divine Road there through Almas Park, Comanche Cross, Lock Hill, Maltzberger Lane. You go down Sleepy Hollow. These are all the same that generally tend to flood out quickly when we get this kind of rain. We likely would expect more, so we'll stay on top of that as well. But again, Joy Bergen will be here along with David Mendoza starting at 5 a.m. Better look at on-time traffic and get you where you need to go, whether it's school or work this morning.
Time now is 4:35. A major reversal for Camp Mystic. Camp leadership says it will not reopen this summer after last year's deadly flooding that killed 27 campers and counselors. The camp withdrew its summer 2026 license application following outrage from families of the victims and the ongoing investigations into the disaster. This comes after days of testimony from family members who testified before a legislative committee and recanted their nightmare they lived last July. Camp owners also testified and defended their actions during the flooding.
Think about the night of the flood every moment of every day. We tried our hardest that night, and it wasn't enough to save your daughters.
If you are left as a operator in any form or fashion, what deterrent does that send to another operator that I can have kids die on my watch and still be an operator?
Camp Mystic originally planned to only reopen the part of the camp that was not damaged and where there were no deaths. Now, more than 800 campers have already signed up to attend camp this summer.
Leaders from the camp say they heard the concerns expressed by grieving families and that they respect those voices, and they are now stepping back. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who has repeatedly criticized the camp, says this is the correct decision. Several lawmakers are asking Governor Greg Abbott to call a special session to fine-tune and clarify the youth camp safety laws. Representative Wes Verdell, who represents the Hill Country, is one of a dozen lawmakers making that request. They say that the new laws have created unintended consequences for camps all over the state of Texas, especially financial burdens for smaller and nonprofit camps. The lawmakers believe that a special session would help them work with the communities while still working to keep those campers safe. 4:37 right now, making headlines this morning. Meta is warning it could shut down its services, its social media services in New Mexico to more than 2 million people. We're talking about Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp all going offline. Now, this comes as the state there is pushing for stricter safety rules. Meta says their demands are not feasible and they're going offline because it's their only option. The state of New Mexico recently won a $375 million verdict against Meta for misleading consumers about the safety of their platforms and endangering children.
President Donald Trump signed legislation to fund much of the Department of Homeland Security, following a record-long shutdown of the agency. The measure does not include funding for ICE. Lawmakers have been at a standoff over the matter since mid-February. House Speaker Mike Johnson says they will tackle funding for Border Patrol and immigration enforcement as soon as they return for the work session. Time now is 4:37, only on 4. New information about the lawsuits in the double house explosion last week on the Northeast side. An attorney who secured a nearly $110 million verdict against CPS Energy in the past will represent the people hurt in these blasts. Last year, attorney Michael Lyons won the case for a family hurt in a home explosion 5 years ago. The two families whose homes exploded last Tuesday along Preston Hollow Drive near Thousand Oaks remain hospitalized.
New video from SAPD showing a different perspective of a deadly crash that happened along 281. It also shows one of the heroes running into the fire to help. Watch.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so in this video, you see Officer Noel Mercado. He's going to get out of the car. This is from his wife's perspective, who was also in the car with him. There he is. So he was off duty, pulled over, jumped out, and then ran into that burning vehicle. Wow. We have found out that the victim is 35-year-old Gershon Villarta, the driver of the other vehicle involved in the car. That's one of the people involved in the crash here. Police said that this guy was allegedly drunk and swerved into other lanes of traffic, causing the accident. Police arrested him and charged him with intoxication manslaughter.
The list of people leaving the mayor's office is growing. Dr. Janice Carroll, chief of staff for Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones, resigned Wednesday night. Her resignation came just a few days after Deputy Chief of Staff Pat Wallace also gave notice. News 4 is pressing for answers, asking how the constant staff turnover could impact city business. Thursday, we asked Mayor Jones about the shakeup, but she didn't want to address the issue.
I'm not going to speak on personnel issues.
No interviews, just a statement. Please.
I'm happy to email you a statement.
The mayor's office sent us a statement saying the mayor thanked Carroll for her leadership. Mayor Jones took office after Ron Nuremberg last June. Since then, 7 of the mayor's staff members have already resigned.
The constant turnover from the mayor's office is becoming a real issue.
It's important to have the right team, and so if the mayor hasn't found that just yet, I have confidence that she will.
No other members of council wanted to comment. For now, the mayor's communication and policy director will serve as acting chief of staff. Bexar County is adding more flood warning sirens, but not all of them may be covered. News 4 I-Team investigates who could be left out.
Welcome back. Friday morning, 4:43 right now. Counties across Texas are moving fast to improve flood warning systems after the floodings last summer, especially June, where 13 people died there near Perrin Vital and left several communities underwater. 30 counties are eligible to split $50 million in state funding for new sirens, and Bexar County is making a run for that money.
The News 4 I-Team's Jordan Elder shares their plan for a warning system and why some leaders are skeptical.
This funding comes with strict guidelines. It can only be used for warning sirens, and the state has already identified where they should go. Some county leaders say this is not going to be enough money overall to cover all the places that they're concerned about. A slow-moving storm, fast-rising water, and 11 lives lost at Vital Creek last June.
It was like a tsunami coming over that bridge. What it boils down to, Jordan, is we're going to have to learn from this.
That tragedy pushing Bexar County to allocate $21 million for flood mitigation. And now, leaders are looking for more, specifically for warning sirens.
There's a lot of need, right, within Bexar County.
To detect the flood, and that's important.
The San Antonio River Authority is leading the effort to apply for up to $1.25 million, enough for about 5 to 10 sirens for summer 2027.
It is only for the sirens.
But the state is clear about where they have to go.
Campgrounds, parks, RV parks. Those are the areas that we're focusing on.
County commissioners say that leaves out other high-risk spots, including intersections and spots like Vital Creek.
If there's water there, then that's
that's a big problem, and lives are at risk.
Because of the state's limits, the county may need another funding source to cover more sirens.
I think that we need to take a look at where we've had flooding deaths since about 2017 to be on the safe side.
As for Bexar County's overall flood plan, the sirens are just one piece of the puzzle.
Just one small piece.
New flood gauges and sensors are also on the way, tools that will communicate with the sirens and most navigation apps.
So they're going to be, in a way, complementing each other, but they're all going to come together to be part of the same network and the same system.
Next, counties will submit project plans and cost estimates. The state will review them before any money is given out. We're told 28 of 30 eligible counties are pursuing that grant.
This is just a start, but it's a really significant start for public safety.
We're told the county's new gauges and sensors could be online by the end of this year. For the News 4 I-Team, I'm Jordan Elder.
You ready, San Antonio? We've got dates for round 2, and yep, we now know who's up next. The latest on the Spurs race for the rings. Coming.
Oh, exciting. Hey, there is rain this morning. Showers and thunderstorms continue across the region. I'll let you know coming up when this is going to end or what you can expect for the weekend ahead. Your full forecast right after the break.
Race for the Rings playoff coverage is sponsored by the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Spurs fans think they caught a break on the race for the rings. They wanted Minnesota, and now they are getting Minnesota. We'll find out soon enough if that ends up being a good thing or maybe a not so good thing. Minnesota finished off Denver last night in Game 6 despite missing 2 of their star players. Jaden McDaniels, he's the latest T-Wolf to show up and show out. He had 32. T-Wolves won the game 110-98, but Minnesota will not have Dante DiVincenzo, who blew out his Achilles in the series. He's out for a year. They're also going to miss all-star, all-NBA player Anthony Edwards because of a hyperextended knee and a bone bruise. That's why everybody's like, yeah, let's take them on Minnesota. Well, the team said at the time he'd miss a few weeks, so we do expect Edwards to play at some point in this series. Schedule is out. Games 1 and 2 are here in San Antonio. They are next Monday and Wednesday. We do not have the times yet. They're still working on that for TV. The series will then move to Minnesota next weekend. A reminder here, the Spurs did lose 2 of their 3 games against the T-Wolves in the regular season. As you know, though, that goes all out the window once the playoffs start.
And this is what we will see on Monday night. It'll be another colorful display.
Heck yeah.
A Fiesta theme night. Game 1 will be with the multicolored t-shirts, courts, and City Edition uniforms. As for fans catching the Spurs fever, Wemby says, keep it up.
We're grateful for the way they show up, for how they wear their shirts at home games, and how loud they are at away games too. Because we're dominating, our fans are dominating, even on the away games.
They sure are. While many fans have been celebrating responsibly, there appears to be some that have taken things too far, and it's gotten the attention of law enforcement. Video from Sam Hernandez showed some of the damage. The back windshield of one car completely gone. It happened Tuesday night in Lot 9 after the Spurs Game 5 win against Portland. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office says 3 cars were damaged, but nothing was stolen. Those vandals remain on the run.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
So we got some terms we throw around here. One of them is popular right now. It's called nuisance weather. We're trying to figure out, if this is just an inconvenience, a little bit of rain, or, what's the level here? It feels like it's a little bit more than a nuisance right now,
Yes,
and it keeps coming down, and that can't be a good thing.
Not at all. Of course, we need the rain, believe it or not. However, keep in mind that the ground is saturated given the rain that we got late last week. You add more heavy rain on top of that, and if you didn't get a lot of rain, your ground is probably, hard, dry, and so that, causes runoff. Flooding is the biggest concern for us here in San Antonio. We're under a level 1 severe storm risk, but there is a flood watch that's in effect until this evening. And then there's a flood advisory until 8 o'clock this morning, and that will likely be extended. So, this is more of definitely disruptive as opposed to a nuisance. You really have to be weather aware. That's why I have a weather alert for today. We're talking periods of rain and thunder, flooding possible all across south central Texas. Some of the stronger storms could produce pea to quarter-sized hail. Isolated strong winds as well, along with the frequent cloud to ground lightning. It is going to get a lot cooler starting this weekend. Sunshine will come out tomorrow, and temperatures will be dropping into the low 50s tonight into tomorrow morning. Very active radar here. You can see this area of showers and thunderstorms slowly moving off towards the east. Back edge of this batch of rain is approaching Kerr County, eastern Zavala County, and Dimmitt County. More so isolated activity approaching Del Rio and Eagle Pass. But here is more of that heavier widespread rain. Live power Doppler radar showing you San Antonio and Bexar County right now just covered with the rain. It's over central Bexar County right along Highway 90 where I'm noticing the moderate to pockets of heavy rain. Not a lot of lightning here. This green area, that is a flood advisory. This is where minor flooding is already occurring or likely to occur because we've already seen about 1 to 3 inches of rain since about 1:30 this morning within this area, and could see up to another 2 inches of rain or so. Rainfall rates in the red, that's over 2 inches per hour. And there's a storm, a gusty storm that's approaching Hondo. That has torrential rain with it. Also some brief high winds, and I'm just watching closely for any small hail. Here's a stronger storm. This is moving along I-37 across eastern Atascosa County. That extends from near Pleasanton to Campbellton, and that's moving east towards Wilson County and Karnes County. Charlotte in western Atascosa County starting to see a break from the rain. Gonzales towards Lavaca, it's also active here with heavier showers and thunderstorms. More so light rain in DeWitt County. Light to moderate steady rain in Kerr County, central and eastern Bandera County. Kendall County right now, Comfort starting to see some moderate rain, more so light rain closer to Bernie. A Hondo, Pearsall, east of La Pryor. Here's some thunderstorm activity. You can see all of the lightning associated with that. That is more frequent. Asherton in Dimmitt County, there's a thunderstorm that's moving your way. Again, very isolated activity coming in from Mexico, and it's just going to be one of those days where the rain will be on and off. Here's the setup. We have this stationary front draped across the south, but this is really the driving force behind today's rainfall. It's an upper level disturbance that's approaching from the west. That's bringing in a lot more moisture. Flood watch for the following counties until 9 o'clock this evening. And here is that level 1 severe storm risk. This is where we have to watch closely for storms that could produce the large hail and the high damaging winds. Future radar showing you how active it's going to be. This is 7:30 in the morning, giving you an idea of the waves of showers and of thunderstorms. We'll start to see this sort of taper off as we get closer to the evening commute. Notice by 6 o'clock this evening, any remaining rain should be across the east. Clouds for later in the evening, and then it's going to clear out from north to south tonight as that drier air filters in from the north. Sunshine finally for your Saturday, but today wet, cloudy, cool and wet with showers and thunderstorms on and off throughout the day. Just be extra careful around those poor drainage areas, low water crossings, construction zones, spots that easily flood, likely to have high water over them. There's also lots of ponding of water across our area. Temperatures will be mostly in the 60s out west. We could see those highs climbing to the low 70s. The weekend ahead, dry and sunny, 52 tomorrow morning, 72 in the afternoon, 51 Sunday morning, then topping out in the upper 70s. It's going to warm up into the 80s next to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Notice the dry stretch from Saturday through Tuesday. We're going to see another front coming in late next week, and that could produce more rain around here. That'll be by next Thursday. Have that 4-zone weather app so you can definitely watch radar, and we'll keep you guys updated through the next couple of hours.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. 4-Zone Weather app, always your friend when you can't watch Jeanette. By the way, the countdown is on for the Salvation Army's barbecue cook-off. It's tomorrow. Should be good weather. Fingers crossed for that. We obviously are one of the proud media sponsors for that event. The proceeds go to the Red Shield Youth Center, which offers after-school programming, summer camps, and a whole lot more. Here's how to do it. Scan the QR code. You can buy tickets. If you got a kid under the age of 6, they'll get in and eat for free. It's tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. at the Salvation Army Red Shield Youth Center. We are talking all things weather. We'll get you updated on the roads that have flooded out. We'll go into the field with David Mendoza. Joy Bergen will join us here at the desk as well. All that and more coming up right here on News 4 at 5 a.m.
Was that your shoulder popping?
No.
Yes, I do.
It was,
Yes. I can. Hi, hello, hello, hello. We hope you like this show. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, I can hear you. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Wet and cool on this Friday morning, and this is what the weather will be like all day today, so get ready for it. Pack the patience this morning. Roads are wet, lots of ponding of water as well. 63 degrees with showers and thunderstorms coming across San Antonio right now. It is breezy, noticeable north breeze right now at 13 miles an hour. Very active radar here. Showers and storms moving off towards the east. Seeing the more intense storms from Medina County to Frio County. Nothing severe, but these are producing torrential downpours, frequent cloud to ground lightning and some brief high winds. Also pretty gusty storm moving away from Atascosa County headed towards Wilson County and Karnes County. We're mostly seeing some pockets of moderate to heavy rain here in San Antonio, especially over central Bexar County. This is a flood advisory. We'll take a closer look at what that means, at what you can expect for the rest of the day. I'll let you know when this moves away. I'll have your full forecast coming up.
Major reversal for Camp Mystic. What camp leaders say led to the decision to not reopen this summer.
A potential social media blackout where Meta says it may pull its platforms because of debates about its online safety.
An armed and dangerous man on the run right now in Kerr County. The latest details just in from authorities.
The Spurs officially getting ready for their next playoff opponent. Who and when they're playing and how they matched up during the season.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Good morning. Happy May, everybody. It is May 1st. It is also a Friday. Yes. Even though there's not a lot going on right now because it is nasty outside. So you are picking the right television station because we got you covered from all different angles. Good morning. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. Joy is here. Good morning to you to give us the latest update on traffic. But first, Jeanette, a lot of rain that's not going to end anytime soon.
Nope, it's going to come in waves, so we'll get some breaks. But for the most part, it is going to be a wet day. So that's something that we all have to prepare for. Roads, yeah, they're definitely wet. There is a flood advisory. What does this mean? Well, this means that minor flooding is already happening or it's about to happen. And that's in that green area. This spot has picked up between 1 to 3 inches of rain since this started at about 1:30 this morning, and up until about 8 this morning we could see another 1 to 2+ inches of rainfall. So this includes Hondo, Lake Hills, Castroville, all of San Antonio, Canyon Lake, Bernie, Timberwood Park, New Braunfels, Seguin, even up towards San Marcos, south of Lockhart and over towards Luling. The red, that's rainfall rates 1 to 2+ inches per hour. We have a heavier storm that's coming across Medina County, another there in Guadalupe County, and we're seeing some rain that's really picking up right over Helotes. We're seeing temperatures that are in the 60s, so along with the umbrella, make sure you have your jacket with you. It is going to hold steady in the 60s. This afternoon will top out in the mid-60s, but you can see it's going to be a wet day. It's not going to be until after 5 o'clock in the evening when the rain ends, and then this weekend looking spectacular. Closer look at that weekend weather forecast coming up.
All right, and let's talk about those roadways because it is wet out there, and that means we have a lot of water on the road, including an accident on the south side, just south of downtown. We have a crash along I-37 that is right at Hackberry, and I've got a live picture for you here. High water in that area as well, at least very slick and wet roads. A lot of ponding as I was coming in. I lost grip a couple of times, so this morning we're going to give ourselves some extra time out the door. Photojournalist David Mendoza is live this morning. He's in the weather, but he's also checking out some other issues for us. He's in road camp. David, good morning.
Hey Joy, good morning. So right now I'm over on the northwest side near Culebra and 1604 off of Valley Bay Drive. Not only do we have this really tough weather right now, we also have reports of a shooting in the area. I just saw the paramedic leave this neighborhood. Not sure of the details right now. We're going to try to find some details out, but we're really going to get back on the road. From what I've experienced on the road so far, the conditions are pretty dicey out here. A lot of ponding on the roadways, hydroplaning. Looks like a pretty dangerous situation just right now. We do have a lot of rain coming down. I'm already hearing about some cars stuck in water, so I'm going to go try to find that. I'll let you know what I find. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. We'll continue to follow up with him throughout the rest of the morning.
Thank you, Joy and David. Let's take a quick look at the CPS power outage map. Right now, there's about 1,600 people without power. A lot of it right now is happening, looks like Alamo Heights area, about 900 folks affected there. Also, right in the city, about 200 folks. So just be aware that that's going on. CPS is working diligently to make sure that power is restored for everyone in our community soon. Lots of rain making its way through the city this morning, and it's expected to continue throughout most of the day.
Yeah, News 4's Christina De Leon joins us live. Christina, you've been working the phones all morning long, talking to police, talking to San Antonio Fire. Any major issues right now? Any flooded out areas?
Yeah, you know what? It is just beginning to start. Right now, as I was writing this story, it wasn't too bad just yet. But I'm hearing right now in the police scanners, is starting to pick up because the rain has started off and on. It lets up a bit, giving the water time to drain a little bit, but the longer it lasts, the more dangerous, as we are starting to hear and see that it is becoming. Now, this was a scene early this morning along Loop 410 near Blanco and West Avenue. You can see lots of rain coming down kind of in sheets a little bit, and throughout the morning it has rained like this much of the morning. Now, luckily, there weren't at the time a lot of cars on the road just yet, but now that it's starting to pick up, it's going to get a lot trickier when that happens as well. So please use caution when you hit the roads. It's going to be wet. You're going to need to keep your distance, especially when you have to stop. Of course, I'm going to keep checking the roadways with Joy, and then of course David Mendoza throughout the city. Police, fire as well. I'll be checking in with everyone and let you know when things start to build up. And it does, I can hear the police scanners. I'm starting to hear calls for responses. So maybe a little bit of flooding, ponding on the roadways. If anything changes, obviously we're going to update you on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. Live in the Content Center, I'm Christina De Leon. David, we'll send it back to you.
Christina, thanks. Yeah, there is starting to be more issues. There was 10 roads flooded out when we went on the air about 30 minutes ago. There's now up to 18 according to the Bear Flood map you see here. All those red dots, those are roads that have flooded out. This is sort of goes without saying, but the low water crossing areas, those are already likely flooded out. The real issue now that you start to look at as the rain continues is what about the major roads and obviously the highways as well. You heard David Mendoza talking about how some of the ponding, the water accumulating on some of the roads, a little bit of hydroplaning issues. It's 5:07 now as we make our way into the 6 a.m. hour, 7 a.m. hour, and you start seeing all those folks on the road going to work and obviously teenage drivers going to school. Those are where the real issues will begin. So we'll keep track of this. But again, right now, road closures really spread out throughout Bexar County. You can see from your map there some of the obvious ones, some of the usual ones, about 18 of them. A couple of different spots in Alamo Heights and Terrell Hills, Contour Drive over by Trinity University, Fort Sam, Master Lock Hill, Maltzberger Lane. We'll stay on top of this. We'll see how it develops throughout the morning. And this goes without saying, but we'll say it again. If you see a barrier, don't go around it. If you see a low water crossing that you are unsure of, simply turn around and find another route.
Emma Allen at the live desk. A code red alert issued overnight in Kerr County after authorities say an armed and dangerous man assaulted someone and then fled the scene on foot. It happened around 12:49 this morning on Goat Creek Road. Authorities say the suspect is a 44-year-old man about 5'9", 215 pounds with brown hair, brown eyes, and a beard. He was last seen wearing white basketball shorts, a tactical mask, body armor, and a duty belt with multiple magazines. Officials say he is armed, possibly under the influence of drugs, and should not be approached. People in the area are being urged to stay inside, lock your doors, and call 911 if you see that man. We are trying to get a picture of that man right now. The Kerr County Sheriff's Office says search efforts are still underway. That is the latest from the live desk.
So the flooding threat has increased, so much so the National Weather Service just issuing a flash flood warning. This does include pretty much all of San Antonio. It runs until 10 o'clock this morning. Be careful because the flooding, that risk is definitely increasing, possibly life-threatening flooding around here. The rain is not letting up, and I do expect more rain on and off throughout the day. Closer look at your forecast coming up.
Time now is 5:12. A major reversal for Camp Mystic. Camp leadership says it will not reopen this summer after last year's deadly flooding that killed 27 campers and counselors. The camp withdrew its summer 2026 license application following outrage from families of the victims and the ongoing investigations into the disaster. This comes after days of testimony from family members who testified before a legislative committee and recanted the nightmare they lived last July. Camp owners also testified and defended their actions during the flooding.
Think about the night of the flood every moment of every day. We tried our hardest that night, and it wasn't enough to save your daughters.
If y'all are left as an operator in any form or fashion, what deterrent does that send to another operator that I can have kids die on my watch and still be an operator?
Camp Mystic originally planned to only reopen the part of the camp that was not damaged and where there were no deaths. Now, more than 800 campers had signed up to attend camp there this summer.
Several state lawmakers are asking the governor to call a special session to fine-tune and clarify youth camp safety laws, though, like Representative Wes Verdell. He represents the Hill Country. He's one of a dozen that is making that request. Here's what's happening here. They say the new laws, these safer, stricter laws, have created unintended consequences for all of the camps in Texas, especially those financial burdens on smaller or camps that work on nonprofits. The lawmakers believe that a special session would help them work with communities while still working to keep the campers safe. Other news making headlines right now. Meta's warning it could shut down its social media services throughout the state of New Mexico. We're talking about 2 million people being offline. No Instagram, no Facebook, no WhatsApp. This all comes as the state is pushing for stricter safety rules. Meta says their demands are not feasible, talking about the state, and going offline is really Meta's only option. The state of New Mexico recently won a $375 million verdict against the company for misleading consumers about the safety of their platforms and possibly endangering children.
Round 2 is set. The San Antonio Spurs take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Can they keep this run alive? Stay with us. It is 5:14. Good morning, San Antonio.
And do not forget, there is a flash flood warning. This just issued. The flooding risk increasing here in San Antonio. This runs until 10 this morning. We've picked up 2 to 3 inches of rain. Could see another 2 to 3 plus inches of rainfall over the next several hours. Again, flash flood warning, so please be extra careful. Stay away from those areas that typically flood. Numerous showers and thunderstorms still coming across the area. Coming up, closer look at your Friday forecast. We'll talk about this flooding risk and what you can expect heading into the weekend. Your full forecast in under 10 minutes.
Race for the Rings playoff coverage is sponsored by the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
All right, we're going to get back to weather in just a moment, but I do want to tell you about this. The schedule and the opponent are now set for round 2. So games 1 and 2 with the Spurs and the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are moving on next Monday and Wednesday. Those 2 games are here in San Antonio. The series will then shift to Minnesota for games 3 and 4, then back here, obviously, for game 5. You know the rest. Spurs lost 2 of 3 to the T-Wolves in the regular season. The real marquee thing that everybody's talking about, game 1, that's the Fiesta mode, will be locked in with Fiesta colors and a Fiesta court.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Caillet.
The steady rain is what makes it so hard to deal with as you're driving and then as it accumulates.
And it's heavy rain, and we've been getting this since about 1:30 this morning, and it's still coming down. Some of the rain is heavy, of course. With thunderstorms, we have the pockets of heavy rainfall, and that has increased our flash flood risk. In fact, there is a flash flood warning in effect, and this includes all of San Antonio and surrounding areas until 10 this morning. I'll show you exactly where coming up, but weather alert today, periods of rain and thunder, flooding likely across the area. Now, with some isolated strong storms, we'll have to watch for pea to quarter-sized hail. If the thunderstorm becomes severe, then we could have larger hail and possibly even some very strong winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning with some of the storms. It is going to get much cooler this weekend, something to look forward to if you do like the cooler weather this time of the year. Here's live power Doppler radar. Let me explain what's going on. We're still seeing thunderstorms coming across the region, storms producing rainfall rates 1 to 2+ inches per hour. The brighter the color, the more intense the rain is. So once you see the red, that's indicating very heavy rain. In the green, that is a flood advisory. That's where minor flooding is likely or already happening. However, the flood risk is higher within that flash flood warning area. This includes Castroville, San Antonio, Helotes, Timberwood Park, Schertz, St. Hedwig, New Braunfels, and Seguin. So in this red area, this is where that flood risk is highest. So we've seen 2 to 3 inches of rain here already. Could see another 2 to 3 inches of rain until 10 this morning. Flash flood warning goes until 10 a.m. So definitely be careful. This is where you have to watch for lots of high water, ponding of water, and flooding in those typical spots. Down across the south, seeing thunderstorms in Frio County, pretty heavy rain there in Pearsall, and a couple of gusty storms across the east. There is one between Karnes County and Wilson County, and another storm there that's producing some heavy downpours and lots of lightning that's moving out of Guadalupe County, moving towards Gonzales County. I want to show you that there is a little break from the rain from Rock Springs to Uvalde, including Crystal City, but there are more showers and storms coming in from the west. Isolated activity approaching Del Rio and Eagle Pass. Here's live power Doppler radar showing you one storm moving away from Atascosa County, now hitting Karnes City and just east of Floresville. Here's another storm that extends from Divine down towards Pearsall and over towards far eastern zone areas. Again, Guadalupe County, Gonzales County, couple thunderstorms there. And this is mostly some steady light to moderate rain in portions of Lavaca County and DeWitt County. Kerrville, just some patchy drizzle right now. The steadier rain moving off towards the east and northeast. Here's the setup. We have a stationary front that's draped across the south. Cool air coming in behind it. And here's the weather maker that's bringing in all of the moisture. It's an upper level low that's getting closer to our area. Flood watch until 9 o'clock this evening. That's that flash flood warning. And we also have a level 1 severe storm risk. This is where we could see those isolated strong to potentially severe thunderstorms. Strongest storms could produce the large hail and the gusty winds over 50 miles an hour. So very active throughout the day today. Just showers and storms on and off throughout the day. This is midday. And then as we go into the afternoon and evening, I do expect a lot of this to kind of start to move away. By the evening, commute should not be as wet. Here's future radar radar at 6:30 in the evening, showing you most of the rain moving off towards the east and near the coast. Skies clear out tonight, so tomorrow morning it's going to be a lot cooler with sunshine as the drier air filters south. It is going to clear out just in time for the weekend. So definitely be weather aware today. Showers and storms, some of the rain locally heavy. Temperatures holding steady in the 60s. We'll also see 60s in the hill country and the eastern zone. Out west could see highs climbing to the lower 70s. 52 tomorrow morning, 72 in the afternoon. Sunny, 51 to 77 for your Sunday. Do want to mention that early tomorrow morning, although the rain will have stopped, you still have to watch for maybe some lingering areas, some lingering high water on some spots, those typical spots. Next week, we're looking at a dry stretch through Tuesday, warming up into the upper 80s Tuesday, Wednesday. Then it'll start to cool back down late next week. Could see another front coming in next Thursday, bringing in even more rain. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Joy and I are here, folks. We'll keep you guys updated on all things weather and traffic and, of course, news as well. That's your forecast. We'll be back.
All right, welcome back. I'm Joy Bergen with a look at your on-time traffic. This morning we are dealing with some high waters, some slick roads, and we're keeping a close eye on all of it. Already a few accidents reported, including on the northeast side, I-35 at Walsham. Another accident just south of downtown along I-37. Neither of these causing any major delays right now, but we're going to be moving slowly regardless this morning just because of the weather. We have over 20 high water closures right now across Bexar County, mostly our smaller streets, but we're keeping an eye on our highways as well. Photojournalist David Mendoza live this morning in Road Camp. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So as we speak right now, I'm actually hearing police talking about shutting down Seguin Road and 35, that frontage road area that we always see that tends to flood. A lot of lightning out here, a lot of rain. It's starting to pick up just a little bit. Right now I'm on 151 headed eastbound at Hunt Lane, headed over towards 90 and Couples. I'm going to go check it out. We have reports of high water in that area. It's still very dark right now. Roads are hazardous. Hydroplaning is a big factor. Just be cautious if you have to get out on the roads right now. Again, I'm going to go over to 19 Couples and check it out. I'll let you know what I see. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. We'll continue to check in with him throughout the rest of this morning, continuing coverage of the weather right here. We'll be right back.
Oh, wait, now I can.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Well, the flooding risk on the high side here in San Antonio. Flash flood warning in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. 5:30 now on this Friday morning. Here's a live look outside Raul B. Rodriguez lot weather camera. The rain has been coming down since the overnight hours. Roads are wet. There's lots of ponding. There's lots of high water too. 63 degrees in San Antonio. Along with the rain, it is cool. Live power Doppler radar showing you that areas in red under a flash flood warning. This until 10 o'clock this morning. We've already received 2 to 3 inches of rain here. Could see up to another 2 to 3 inches of rain. So flash flooding likely to occur or already happening. Heads up Castroville, San Antonio, Helotes, Schertz over towards just south of New Braunfels, including Seguin. In the green, that is a flood advisory. That's where minor flooding is possible. But within this area, which includes all of San Antonio, that is a flash flood warning. Thunderstorms still dropping moderate to heavy rain. Right now, I'm noticing the heaviest rainfall over southwestern and western Bexar County. That's mostly outside of 1604, but that area of heavy rain is drifting to the east and northeast. That's more so moderate rain that's in the yellow and orange. It's going to be one of those mornings, Joy has been talking about it, where you have to give yourself some extra time. Back edge of this round of rain approaching San Antonio. Closer look at that and what you can expect for the rest of the day coming up.
A heroic act caught on camera. An off-duty officer runs toward a fiery crash, saving a life.
Bexar County working on adding more flood warning sirens after last summer's deadly floods, but some say that money won't go far enough.
A Texas man put to death the last-minute claims his attorney made, including a new confession from another suspect.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Well, happy Friday, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us. We got ourselves a bit of a mess happening right now outside.
There's lots of rain, showers and thunderstorms. Rain has been coming down since the overnight, still raining right now. The flood risk has increased. You heard me say earlier this week that flooding was going to be our biggest concern here, and we're now looking at a flash flood warning. This is going to continue all day. In fact, it's not going to let up until maybe the evening commute. It'll look a lot better, though.
That's not good.
Right.
I mean, that when you say it like that, and we know how quickly things flood out here, and it's been going since 1, and you're talking about it going until the evening commute, that gives everybody a little bit of a pause, or it should.
Yeah, it definitely should. If you have to go out today, just proceed with caution. Stay away from those areas that typically flood. Let's go to the maps because we are eventually going to see a break here. I would say within the next hour, you can sort of see the back edge of this batch of showers and storms approaching San Antonio and Bexar County. So it's very active right now from I-35 on east. There goes the drier air, or at least the back edge, I should say, of the rain. We'll get this break before, as you can see, more rain moves in, which is already moving towards Del Rio, Valverde County. But the heaviest stuff from Kendall County, Bexar County, Eastern Medina County, Frio County, Atascosa County, and Point East. Here's live power Doppler radar showing you some gusty storms south of San Antonio and Bexar County. We're seeing some heavy rainfall here, but the storms are not producing lots of lightning or the very high winds. The storms here south and east of Bexar County, these two are definitely producing the more torrential rain, the gusty winds over 30 miles an hour, along with more frequent lightning. Over towards the east across Gonzales County, that's moderate to pockets of heavy rain. There's one storm in Moulton in Lavaca County that's also producing some downpours. Kerrville, Bandera, Utopia, Lakey, and Campwood starting to see a brief break from the rain. But we'll have more rain later this morning and then again this afternoon. Things will definitely taper off and improve by the evening drive home. Temperatures in the 60s today. Be extra careful out there.
All right, thank you, Jeanette. Here's another look at areas around San Antonio having some power outage issues due to the storm. Now you can see about 1,000 people without lights right now. So everyone there is getting dressed in the dark. It's gone down or gone up to 1,661. So some of the areas are Elmo Heights. There's some in the inner west side. So just be careful, try to take it easy, and of course be aware of your friends and family who may be without power. But CPS is working diligently to try and restore that.
Also, let's take a quick peek of the roads from TransGuide. You heard David Mendoza throughout the morning talking about the ponding that is happening, not just on the low water crossings and side streets. We're talking about the major highways as well. And as that rain continues, it will only likely get worse. You guys know San Antonio. It rains, water has no place to go. So you can see all the different angles. Do want to talk a little bit about flooding, if we can take the Bear flood map right there. And this is starting to increase as well. So when we went on the air at 4:30 this morning, this map showed 10 roads that were flooded out. We are now up to 24. And as you can see, the red dots are all of the roads here in Bexar County that have flooded out already. And there are several, and they're starting to spread, although it's basically from the central part of Bexar County on up, just inside 1604. All the usual spots. Alamo Heights is obviously one of the worst throughout Divine Road and Almas Park, Encino Park, Lock Hill, Old Blanco Road. David Mendoza earlier was talking about a possible closure. Police, where he heard on the scanner them talking about possibly closing the point where 35 connects with Old Seguin Road. So we will keep an eye on that and update you on that as well. That's in the southeastern part of Bexar County. Other than that, we'll track this throughout the morning. Please, just a reminder here, if you see a barricade in the middle of the road, do not go around it. If you see a low water crossing and you have a pause, do not go through it. Simply turn around and find another way to get to work or to school. All right, 5:37 on to some other news. Voters are preparing for another election day tomorrow. There are plenty of races on the ballot, including school board races, city leadership picks, and funding propositions. Mayoral races will be taking place in Selma, Somerset, Leon Valley, Universal City, and Hollywood Park. Chavano Park and Helotes will have races to fill city council seats as well. There are more than 50 spots where you can cast a ballot. Polls will open up at 7 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. The good news here is that weather shouldn't be a factor at all. It should be real nice tomorrow. So for a complete list of all of the polling locations, you can go to our website. Actually, you can go to their website, the Bexar County website.
Emma Allen at the live desk. A North Texas man has been executed in a deadly robbery case that dates back nearly 18 years. That makes him the third person executed in Texas this year. 37-year-old James Broadnax was put to death Thursday evening, just last night, by lethal injection at the state prison in Huntsville. He was convicted in the 2008 shooting deaths of two men outside a Dallas area music studio. This has been a big case a lot of people have followed. Prosecutors say Broadnax also confessed to the shooting, telling reporters during jailhouse interviews, quote, "I pulled the trigger," and that he had no remorse. But his attorneys fighting to stop that execution, saying his cousin recently confessed to being the shooter and arguing prosecutors used rap lyrics he wrote to portray him as violent. The U.S. Supreme Court ultimately denied that final appeal, though. Broadnax apologized for his role in the robbery, but continued to maintain he was not the gunman. Again, he was put to death just a few hours ago. That is the latest from the live desk.
Emma, thank you. Only on 4, new information about the lawsuits in the double house explosion last week on the Northeast side. An attorney who secured a nearly $110 million verdict against CPS Energy in the past will represent the couple hurt in the blast. Last year, attorney Michael Lyons won the case for a family hurt in a home explosion 5 years ago. Two families whose homes exploded last Tuesday along Preston Hollow Drive near Thousand Oaks remain hospitalized.
We have some new video from San Antonio police showing a different perspective of a crash that happened, a deadly crash along 281 last week. And in this video, you see an off-duty officer getting out of his car and running into the burning vehicle.
Oh my gosh.
You see the smoke, you see the flames, obviously. What we're looking for here is Officer Noel Mercado. He's going to get into your left-hand side of your screen here in a moment. He was off duty with his wife. She's the one who spoke, oh my gosh. Gets out of his car and runs to that danger. He was there first on scene even before first responders. Officer Mikado was able to save one person. Bexar County is adding more flood warning sirens, but not all of them may be covered. The News 4i team investigates who could be left out. Coming up.
And speaking of which, we do have flood alerts across our area. 2 flood advisories now and a flash flood warning. This is for San Antonio and much of Bexar County. Coming up, we'll take a look at when the rain moves away and what you can expect for the weekend. Your full forecast coming up.
And this morning, we are remembering medical reporter Liz Bonis. She passed away last night after a long battle with colon cancer. Bonis was known for spotlighting life-saving medical trials and procedures. She's even taken part in 6 different clinical trials for her own disease.
Welcome back. 543. Counties across Texas are moving fast to improve flood warning systems after devastating floods last summer, especially June, where 13 people died over on the northeast side and left several communities underwater. 30 counties are eligible to split $50 million in state funding for new sirens. Bexar County is making a run for that money.
The News 4i team's Jordan Elder shares their plan for a warning system and why some leaders are skeptical.
This funding comes with strict guidelines. It can only be used for warning sirens, and the state has already identified where they should go. Some county leaders say this is not going to be enough money overall to cover all the places that they're concerned about. A slow-moving storm, fast-rising water, and 11 lives lost at Vital Creek last June.
It was like a tsunami coming over that bridge. What it boils down to, Jordan, is we're going to have to learn from this.
That tragedy pushing Bexar County to allocate $21 million for flood mitigation. And now, leaders are looking for more, specifically for warning sirens.
There's a lot of need, right, within Bexar County.
To detect the flood, and that's important.
The San Antonio River Authority is leading the effort to apply for up to $1.25 million, enough for about 5 to 10 sirens for summer 2027.
It is only for the sirens.
But the state is clear about where they have to go.
Campgrounds, parks, RV parks, those are the areas that we're focusing on.
County commissioners say that leaves out other high-risk spots, including intersections and spots like Vital Creek.
If there's water there, then that's a big problem and lives are at risk.
Because of the state's limits, the county may need another funding source to cover more sirens.
I think that we need to take a look at where we've had flooding deaths since about 2017 to be on the safe side.
As for Bexar County's overall flood plan, the sirens are just one piece of the puzzle.
Just one small piece.
New flood gauges and sensors are also on the way, tools that will communicate with the sirens and most navigation apps.
So they're going to be, in a way, complementing each other, but they're all going to come together to be part of the same network and the same system.
Next, counties will submit project plans and cost estimates. The state will review them before any money is given out. We're told 28 of 30 eligible counties are pursuing that grant.
This is just a start, but it's a really significant start for public safety.
We're told the county's new gauges and sensors could be online by the end of this year. For the News 4 I-Team, I'm Jordan Elder.
I want to get back to our coverage of the weather and the roads and how it all intersects. And this is one of the issues, low water crossings. Where is this? What's happening here?
Yeah, we're up to 25 high water crossings closures here this morning across Bexar County. Here's one of them, I-35 at Salado Creek. This is an area that floods frequently anytime we have rain like this. Don't have the barriers out there yet, but in the meantime, we do have a police officer blocking the road, making sure that people use that turnaround. You can see the water that's already starting to rise there across the frontage road. Photojournalist David Mendoza live this morning in Road Cam, braving this weather on our behalf. David, good morning.
Hey Joy, so I just made my way on 35 North in the downtown area, so the lower levels of 35 North are starting to flood. I am hearing police talk about closing that section of 35. It actually caught me by surprise. I was making my way in the lower levels and the far right lane is flooded over. Kind of took me by surprise, slowed down a little bit, made my way to the left lane, made it through and got off at 35. Right now I'm getting onto I-10. I'm hearing of more high water at 10 westbound in Colorado and Cincinnati. So I'm going to go check that out, but they are going to close down 35 North, lower levels downtown. I'm going to kind of stick to this area. I'll let you know what else I can find, but the weather is getting pretty nasty right now. Be aware, don't get on the roads if you have to. I'll also let you know what else I'm coming across. Actually, if you look over here on my camera, I believe we do have police right in front of me on the way to possibly shut down the lower levels. I'm not sure about that, but police are out here and it's starting to get a little hectic. Actually, I see the police in front of me. They are closing down the lower levels of 10 westbound at the Colorado-Cincinnati area. I'm going to continue on. I'll let you know what else I can find. Back to you.
David, thank you. Please stay safe out there. We are only going to continue to see more closures throughout the morning as this rain continues to come down. As Jeanette mentioned, this is not over. We'll be following all of it for you. We'll bring you these live updates right here with your on-time traffic.
Now your certified most accurate four-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Caillet.
Yeah, that's a big deal. As you mentioned, closing the lower areas of 35 as people wake up, and that's a major artery of commuting for us.
And we know that is a part of the city that floods quickly.
Yeah, right through downtown.
The water rises very fast. And the highest risk for flooding in San Antonio is downtown and on the north side. But there is a flood advisory that's just been issued for the south side because there's another wave of heavy rain coming in. I can say that the rain that we're seeing right now will last for another 30 to 60 minutes, and then we are going to see a break before more rain moves in later this morning and then more this afternoon into the early evening. So weather alert today, and that is because of the flooding risk is high. We have a flash flood warning, which includes much of San Antonio. Currently, that runs until 10 this morning. Showers and thunderstorms on and off throughout the day. We've been seeing that since the overnight, and it's still pouring right now. Not seeing any severe storms in the sense that they're producing damaging winds or large hail, but some of the gustier storms could produce at least pea to quarter-sized hail and maybe even some gusty winds that could cause some damage, along with occasional to frequent lightning. We did see some severe storms that dropped some large hail south of Bexar County a few hours ago, but not here in San Antonio. We're looking at a flood watch in effect as well until this evening, and there's a level 1 severe storm risk for our area today. Much cooler, drier, and sunnier this weekend. Just have to get through the day. May 1st, starting off the month with wet conditions, 63 degrees with showers and storms coming across San Antonio. And this gives you an idea of just how wet it is out there. North breeze at 12 miles an hour. Here's a closer look at radar. Here is that large area of moderate to heavy rain. There's the heaviest rain across southern Bexar County. Looks like that storm is starting to weaken, but still producing some torrential downpours. This is mostly outside of Loop 410, where I'm noticing the heavier rain, although there are some pockets of heavy downpours inside of the city, inside of Loop 410. In this polygon, this is that red area. That's the flash flood warning. So that extends from Castroville to San Antonio, Schertz, and over towards Seguin. Within this area, we've seen about 3 inches of rain, and we could see another 1 to 2+ inches of rainfall until late this morning. That is a flood advisory for Bernie, Lake Hills, Hondo. This is where minor flooding at least is possible, and that flood advisory does extend into New Braunfels. Here's a live power Doppler radar, just kind of zooming on in here into San Antonio and Bexar County, so you can just see the intensity of the rain. The red, that's indicating rainfall rates over 1 to 2 inches per hour. The yellow, the orange, about 1 inch or lower per hour. Some of you probably hearing the clap of thunder. The thunderstorm, the thunder is not quite as frequent as what we're seeing with some of these storms that are farther to the south. Here's this gusty storm from southern Bexar County to Atascosa County, and because of this storm that's producing very heavy rain, there is a flood advisory in the green. So this is Pearsall, Charlotte, Pleasanton, Floresville, Nixon, that until 10 this morning. That thunderstorm is moving away from Karnes County, now headed towards DeWitt County and Gonzales County. That too has some drenching downpours. Gonzales, very active for you with another wave of storms coming in. There's lots of red there indicating some locally heavy rain along with that frequent thunder. Over towards Lavaca County, this is more so light to moderate rain. We're still seeing that thunderstorm in Moulton, but Hallettsville seeing a little break from the rain. Back across Edwards County, Real County, Kinney County, and Valverde County. Here's another wave of showers and storms coming in. This is taking a track a little more towards the northeast. But I want to point out that at least the back edge of the rain is approaching Bexar County. So we'll see this here for the next hour. Then we'll get a break for at least an hour before more rain, more scattered showers and storms move in from the west. Here's the setup. This is why we're seeing the rain. First off, we do have a stationary front nearby. That's just to the south of us. But here's this big upper level disturbance, this storm system in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's approaching from the west. So that's really bringing in all of the moisture that's needed for this. Flood watch in the dark green. That's where flooding is possible through this evening, but where the flood risk is more imminent, where flooding is happening, that's where we have this flash flood warning. That until 10 this morning. And there goes that flood advisory also until 10 for areas farther to the south. Here's that level 1 severe storm risk. This is where we could see some isolated stronger storms that produce the hail and the high winds. 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll likely see another wave of showers and storms coming in. It'll be pretty active around lunchtime, especially from San Antonio to the east. And I do believe this is what we'll see coming in later this afternoon into the early evening. It will look a lot better by the evening commute home. Rain will be tapering off by then, ending tonight. And we're looking at a beautiful weekend with lots of sunshine and much cooler temperatures. That's your forecast. Be careful, folks. Pack the patience this morning and give yourself some extra time.
All right, we're approaching the 6 a.m. hour. We'll continue our weather coverage, including everything that's happening on the roads into the 6 a.m. hour. I do want to tell you, though, we are at a point now where we have 26 road closures because of low water crossings here in Bexar County. We started at 10 when we went on the air at 4:30. We have now increased that again to 26. So you can see things and the conditions are getting worse. There are reports of 35, lower levels of 35 closing, police shutting that area down through downtown San Antonio. David Mendoza is out on the streets. We'll have the very latest from him. Joy Bergen will join us. Team coverage of this weather event happening right now in San Antonio on your Friday morning. Stay with us.
or can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. We hope you like the show. They don't have my audio. They don't have my audio. Okay. Let's try a different microphone, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta turn on the transmitter. Let me exit.
Is it the transmitter, you think?
I don't know which one it is.
Okay.
But there's a transmitter up here.
Okay.
I've got to switch on. So give me 1 second. Let me pull over.
Or do you think it's the microphone? I can
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Boy, it was a wet night and the rain still coming down right now, flooding a high risk here in San Antonio and surrounding areas. So much so that we're looking at a couple of flood advisories. But more importantly, there is a flash flood warning. This is where flooding is happening or likely to happen within this red area. That's the flash flood warning. It includes all of San Antonio and points farther to the north and east. We have to watch for flooding here that could definitely be on the dangerous side. This area has already picked up upwards of 3 inches of rain and could see another 2+ inches of rain through late this morning. The good news is the back edge of this area of widespread rain is now coming into San Antonio and Bexar County. However, we'll see the break from the rain for an hour before more rain comes in. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the day coming up in a little bit.
Ron, today, how Congress members could intervene on President Trump's agenda.
A major reversal for Camp Mystic. What camp leaders say led to that decision to not reopen this summer.
Just in a bank robbery turned deadly in Kentucky. The FBI now involved. New details.
And the Spurs get ready for their next opponent. We know who they'll play and when they'll play. We'll tell you that information coming up.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
However, weather is the story of the morning right now, and it is extensive. So we're going to get right to that and cover you throughout the morning. So if you can give us a few minutes here, we'll get you where you need to go. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. We do want to mention one school closure so far. It's in the Schertz-Cibolo Universal City area. They've closed it due to, obviously, the inclement weather, which is impacting a lot of transportation road closures out there. So be aware if you are a parent, student out in that area. No school just today because of all of the weather.
So that whole district is shutting down for today. So that's 13 schools that are being affected, including 2 high schools, Clemens and Steele High School. So big deal.
A huge deal. I mean, there's flooding already happening across the city. We had heavy rain overnight, still coming down this morning. The rain that's falling now will last for about the next 30 to 40 minutes. We'll get a little break for about an hour before more rain then moves in between about 8 and 9 o'clock this morning. But here's a closer look at live power Doppler radar so you can see quite a bit of heavy rain that's moving off towards the east and northeast. The Windcrest, Kirby, China Grove, you're seeing the heaviest rain. Meanwhile, more moderate rain from downtown San Antonio back across Castle Hills, Leon Valley. The rain is lighter closer to Helotes. Notice here comes the dry air, or at least the back edge of the rain now coming into western Bexar County, approaching Loop 1604. So that'll be moving across again in the next 30 to 40 minutes. We're still watching this gusty storm that's across Atascosa County. This definitely has very heavy rain. So much so that a flood advisory issued here because of that. We'll have to watch for additional flooding here. By the way, southern Atascosa County saw storms last night that were severe, that dropped some large hail. Live power Doppler radar farther east, Guadalupe County, Gonzales County, pretty active as well, with thunderstorms moving in, producing some heavy rainfall. Check out the activity across the west. Uvalde back towards Kinney County, Edwards County, or at least northern Uvalde County, and points farther to the northwest, seeing these scattered showers and storms, and that activity moving towards the northeast. So we'll see that getting into Bandera and Kerr County, perhaps scraping far northwestern Bexar County. Flood watch in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. That's where flooding is possible, but where flooding is happening right now, we have that flash flood warning and a flood advisory. advisory. There's a level 1 severe storm risk, so aside from flooding, any strong to severe storm that develops within this area could produce some high winds and hail. So a very wet day, a cool day, but the conditions will improve by the evening commute. Rain will end this evening, and we'll see what the weekend looks like coming up in your full forecast.
25 high water closures right now across Bexar County. This is just one of them. I-35, the frontage road at Salado Creek. That's going to be one of the first trouble spots that comes across our path this morning. But now we've got some bigger closures as well. I-10, the lower level is closed just north of downtown, westbound between Colorado and Woodlawn. Photojournalist David Mendoza was driving by as they were setting up those barricades. We're also hearing some other spots on the highway where high water is reported, and we're able to see it on some of the live cameras, but they haven't shut it down yet. That includes 281 and 410, Highway 90 westbound at Couples. I see a lot of congestion as you approach that area. And then the lower level of I-35 through the downtown area. That's another spot that photojournalist David Mendoza drove through earlier and said, yeah, there's some high water here. Caught him by surprise, but we haven't yet seen that area shut down. We also have a crash on the west side, Highway 90 eastbound at 151. That's blocking one lane. We're keeping a close eye on all of this for you. Hopefully we'll be able to check in again with David soon. In the meantime, stay safe. That's the latest.
All right, Joy, thank you. Want to take a look at the Blair flood map, and this is increasing literally by the second. It was 27 a moment ago. I just refreshed. Now it's at 29. Just a perspective here, when we went on the air at 4:30 this morning, there were simply 10 roads being reported that was flooded. But we're at 29, and they are spread throughout Bexar County. You can see those are the red dots that signify a lot of it in the usual spots that seem to flood out. But the real issue, you heard from Joy, we'll see from David Mendoza. Now we're talking about highways. So not just the access roads or the side streets, but talking about the major arteries that get through our county and get you where you need to go. Those are now experiencing issues as well. We do not have any definite reports of highway closures yet, but we'll stay on top of that. I'll say this. Go ahead, Marisa.
I just want to mention that NEISD is running, their buses may be running a little bit late because of all of this rain. So parents who have students at bus stops, I know that you may wait with them. They're going to be on a delay a little bit and maybe adjusted route. So just be close to your phone because they're going to be alerting parents that way as well.
Also, just real quickly, just from perspective here as well, we told you earlier about Schertz shutting down, the entire Schertz-Cibolo Independent School District being closed today because of flooding in a lot of the areas. This map that you're seeing right here does not show any of the road closures in that area. And the reason I point that out is I think there's a possibility that the conditions are worse than what we're seeing here. So please give yourself ample time if you're driving to work or to school today. Know your areas, know those areas that seem to flood out all of the time. Those will be flooded. We can almost guarantee that. If you see barricades, please don't go around them. Simply put, if you see a flooded out area and you are unsure, turn around and find a different way to get where you're going. I want to continue our team coverage right now. I want to take you out there on the streets. News 4's Christina De Leon is in Storm Tracker this morning. Christina, all right, so you're not stalled out, but you're stopping right now. Where are you? What are the conditions here?
Yeah, well, we were heading westbound. We were about to go to Leon Creek and Highway 90. It's one of those usual suspects that you talk about. And something that you brought up is so true. We're talking about regular roadways that aren't getting mentioned on those flood maps. And this is one of those regular roadways. This is basically heading south, basically on Vance Jackson, right at the UTSA stoplight. Look at this. Look at the light right here. This is what it looks like out here. There's water all over the roadway. Water all over the roadway. People having to navigate here. Just another spot around town. We'll send it back to you. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Christina, thank you. Right now there are about, let's take a look. This is the CPS power outage. There's about 1,600 people without power. One of the bigger areas that are experiencing power outage, the Alamo Heights area. So be aware of that. CPS is working hard to try and restore that. We've seen this number fluctuate. When we got in about 2:45 this morning, it was about 700. Now it went up to 1,000. Now it's at 1,600. So a lot of people, a lot of families getting dressed in the dark, but just know that CPS is doing their best to try and get power restored as quickly as possible.
Emma Allen at the live desk. Some breaking news coming out of Kentucky right now. Police there are searching for a man they say shot 2 people during a bank robbery just south of Lexington. Authorities releasing this picture saying the man was seen wearing a gray or white hoodie, gloves, and a mask entering a U.S. bank, and that's when he shot a man and a woman. We're told those 2 worked for the bank. The FBI now getting involved. Authorities not releasing the name for the suspect or if he even fled in a vehicle on foot or if he was picked up. They also say they don't even know if the man even left the bank with any money. Police in that town now asking residents to call them if they see anything strange or even notice something as simple as their dogs acting weird. They also say a community is now mourning the loss of 2 of their own. That is the latest from the live desk.
Of course, watching weather around here, and it's very active on radar still. Here is this batch of widespread showers and storms moving off towards the east, more so isolated to widely scattered activity across the west. Watch for flooding. We've been talking about it all morning. Still seeing this area of rain, some of it heavy. It's now moving into eastern Bexar County and points farther east. That's where the heaviest rain right now is. We're going to catch a little break within the next hour, but more rain as we get into the afternoon and early evening. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the day, including this weekend. That's coming up after the break. Well, it is one of those days where if you can, you may just want to stay home today because it is wet. Roads are in bad shape. We've been seeing showers and thunderstorms since the overnight, and a lot of the rain has been heavy. And that large area of rain, mostly heavy rain, is starting to pull away farther to the northeast. In fact, there goes the back edge of that rain now into western Bexar County. Heaviest rainfall, eastern Bexar County, Atascosa County, approaching Guadalupe Guadalupe and Wilson counties. That area of storms is where I'm noticing the more torrential downpours. Live power Doppler radar showing you there a more clear picture of where we're starting to see a break from the rain. Helotes, west side of San Antonio, including southwestern Bexar County. However, although the rain is ending here for now, don't let your guard down. You'll likely still see lots of ponding of water on the roads and maybe even some high water. Here is that flash flood warning. This runs until 10 o'clock this morning. And you can see here the heaviest rainfall. Schertz, St. Hedwig, down towards Elmendorf and approaching Wilson County. Seguin, New Braunfels, starting to see another batch of locally heavy rainfall. Not a lot of thunder with this. Those over eastern Bexar County probably hearing a clap of thunder, but it's not too frequent as we're seeing farther south. You can see from Floresville towards Campbellton, more frequent cloud to ground lightning. You can see the lightning strikes there, and that's rainfall rates over 2-3 inches per hour. So blinding downpours extending from Floresville to Campbellton. Rock Springs, Camp Wood, Bracketville, these are isolated to widely scattered showers and thunderstorms moving off towards the northeast. Here's your Friday forecast. It is going to be a cool and wet day. We're going to see some breaks from the rain. It's really not going to end until this afternoon. The evening commute does look better. Temperatures holding steady in the 60s. The western zone, you'll see highs in the low 70s. Hill country and eastern zone, definitely a wet day for you.
Jeanette, thank you. We'll get back to her in just a moment. Do want to tell you about this. The Trump administration says the war with Iran is essentially over because, in their words, the two countries are in a ceasefire. Many believe this is a way to get around congressional approval. According to the War Powers Resolution, a president has 60 days to get approval from Congress or to stop fighting. And wouldn't you know it, that 60-day deadline is today.
Get ready, San Antonio. The Spurs' next opponent is coming to town. Who they're facing and when.
Race for the Rings playoff coverage is sponsored by the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, in case you missed it last night, the T-Wolves, the Minnesota Timberwolves, beat Denver to advance to the semifinals to take on your San Antonio Spurs. And we know the days that this series will be. Games 1 and 2 here in San Antonio next Monday and Wednesday. Don't have the times for that just yet. Series will then go to Minnesota for games 3 and 4, and then they'll come back here for game 5. We'll have more on this throughout the day right here on News 4.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
That weather has not stopped. I woke up, I heard the rain, and it hasn't really stopped since then.
Yeah, it really got going after midnight. There was then that batch of heavy rain that moved in about 1:30 in the morning. And looks like the power kind of wants to go out in the studio.
This
this ever happened.
This is the first.
Before.
Hold on, we'll see
generator
if the generator
kicking on. There it is.
There it is. Oh, wow. But
Can
our
hear
lights
it.
back here.
Yeah, well, it'll be mood lighting. We'll
this is
slowly
probably
get
what's
you.
going on in folks' homes.
For a lot of people,
So,
especially, near
Real
downtown.
quickly, while we do this, let's see if
updates.
So we
Listen,
have.
so I had a TikToker tell us that in Marble Falls, they had not stopped raining since 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, a very active pattern here in Texas. I can say that we're going to see a break from the rain. Already the back edge of the rain that we got last night is starting to come into San Antonio and Bexar County. This is what, fairflood.org?
No, yeah.
This is the
this
is
is
the
the
outage
CPS
map,
energy
and so
map.
we are one of the 49 active outages right now. About 2,500 people are having some issues at their homes. The crummy part for them, Jeanette, is we have a generator, so we can at least get some power and lighting. There are a lot of folks right now that are waking out. There's no air conditioning, there's no lights, and that is a crummy way to start your Friday morning, obviously.
Yes, and keep in mind that it's going to be pretty active on and off throughout the day today with just rounds of showers and storms, some of the rain heavy. So let's talk about a weather alert today. We talked about it all week, and here we go. Our forecast materialized. Again, we saw showers and storms last night. Rain still coming down right now, but we are going to see a break momentarily before more rain moves in. Flood risk, that is on the high side. On and off showers and storms throughout at least the afternoon, and then kind of ending as we get closer to the evening. Although flooding is our biggest concern here in San Antonio, we'll have to watch for maybe some gustier storms that produce some hail, along with brief high winds that could cause some damage, and the lightning. It is going to get a lot cooler this weekend. The sun will come out just in time for the weekend, but it's going to be a noticeable change in terms of the temperatures. 50s for lows over the weekend. Take a look at the rainfall amounts. This is radar estimated rainfall amounts over the last 24 hours, and a good chunk of our area picking up rain. The blue, that's indicating an inch of rain. The purple, that's 2 inches of rainfall, and you can see that area of purple right across Bexar County and along I-10 towards Guadalupe County, Gonzales County, 2+ inches here, and the rain still coming down. That's why the flooding potential is on the high side. This is indicating in the heart of the city almost 2 inches of rain, and just under 2 inches south of Pleasanton in Atascosa County. Here's a look at the clouds and radar picture. So that is the large part of the large area of rain that came in overnight. That is starting to move away to the east and northeast. Heaviest downpours with storms across eastern Bexar County, getting into Guadalupe County, now over Wilson County, and extending into far eastern Atascosa County. Farther to the west, this is isolated to widely scattered activity. There are some embedded thunderstorms here that do have some pockets of heavy rain. Here's live power Doppler radar showing you the intensity of the rain. Again, the heaviest of it is moving off towards the east. There goes that flash flood warning. Although the rain is ending from downtown San Antonio to the west, you don't want to let your guard down. There is still lots of high water out there. This flash flood warning goes until 10 this morning. Castle Hills, Leon Valley, maybe some lingering mist, but some steadier rain across the east. Here is the more intense part of the storm. This is where we're seeing rainfall rates over 3 inches per hour. So torrential downpours still hitting areas from just west of Karnes City in Karnes County to Floresville in Wilson County. And you can also notice the more frequent lightning there. Back across Edwards, Kinney, northern Uvalde County, Real County, including Valverde County, that's widely scattered activity. But there goes the more intense storms now entering Uvalde County, and that is moving off towards the east and northeast. I'll have to watch that closely to see if we see that closer to San Antonio. If we do, then that'll be in the next hour. There is a stationary front that's down across the south that's playing a role in this active weather, but this is really the driving force behind today's rain. Is this upper level disturbance, and it's taking a track right into our area. It's going to move over Texas later on today and then moves away tonight into tomorrow. Here are the flood alerts. That is a flood watch. That's where flooding is possible. That until 9 this evening. But where flooding is happening or where the flooding risk is more imminent, that's where we're seeing a flash flood warning. And that is a flood advisory, both until 10 this morning. Could be extended. There goes the level 1 severe storm risk for our area. It's mostly along and east of I-35 where we'll have to watch for storms that could produce the wind and hail. Future radar pretty active, especially across those northern spots along and north of Highway 90. Far southern counties may be missing out on the heavier rain later this morning, but it's not over. By midday, another wave of rain, and then notice by 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon and evening, the bulk of that moves away. We'll still have the clouds by the evening commute and maybe even still some high water on some area roads. Then it clears out from north to south as the drier air moves in, and it's going to clear out tonight. Friday, here you go. Today, first day of May, wet, cool, with temperatures holding steady in the 60s. We'll see highs closer to the upper 60s, maybe even low 70s in the western zone. All of south central Texas in for a pretty wet day, but the northern areas will see the heavier stuff. Low 50s for lows this weekend, highs in the 70s. The sun is back. Dry weather, dry stretch from Saturday through Tuesday. Then middle to late next week, we'll start to see rain chances coming back. Very warm early next week before we see another cool down late next week. Have that 4-zone weather app if you are heading out today. You want to keep an eye on radar, and you definitely want to stay weather aware. That's your forecast. We'll be back.
Welcome back. We have an update on power outages going across Bexar County. Right now, there are about 3,800 people without power. A lot of it's concentrated out west of San Antonio. A lot happening also in the Alamo Heights area, over near the airport, off of Hebner. So just be aware, lots of families getting dressed in the dark right now. We lost power here at the station. So just be aware of that CPS is working hard to try and restore that quickly. Also want to mention that there are some bus delays going on at Northside and Northeast ISD. So if you have students who wait at a bus stop, just be aware of that there could be some delay because of weather happening, flooded out areas, and bus drivers trying to get to certain routes safely and carefully. So there's a delay and there could be alternate routes, so stay by your phone. I'm sure the districts will start texting if any changes happen.
As we move into the 6:30 half hour, I want to check in with Joy Bergen. That is going to be a real issue here. I think the first thing that I want to know is we've been talking about 35 through the heart of downtown possibly closing. Do we have an update on that?
We do have part of I-35 closed through the downtown area, David. Yes, that's going to be near the Y. The lower level of I-35, the upper level is still open. We have several closures across Bexar County, 25 at least across our whole area. But we also have spots like this where we are dealing with very high water and it has not been closed down, making for a very dangerous situation. This is a live look at 281 and 410. We've seen a lot of people getting caught off guard by these this very high water, but we'll continue to check in on that. We also, I'm hearing, have a live picture from David Mendoza in Road Cam. I want to turn to him. If you can pull up his shot for me. I'm getting word that he is, yep, there we go, a very similar situation here as well. This is what we're dealing with, and these are spots that have not been closed down. No barriers here to tell us that this is ahead. That's why we're giving you this warning, and we're trying to tell you, hey, take it slow this morning. Don't get on the roads if you don't have to, because this is the type of water that we're dealing with. David, what can you tell us?
Hey, Joy, just seconds ago we saw an accident because of the slowdown. This is the lower levels of 35. You can see that the northbound lanes are closed at the moment. The southbound lanes traffic is still being allowed through, but again, we just saw someone rear end someone and continue driving a little bit down the roadways. I'm not even sure if they actually pulled over or not, but cars are kind of flying through this area. There's a lot of water. It's extremely dangerous. Avoid the lower levels of 35 if you can, because we do have this flooding. Just a lot of water on the roadways. Also, we saw a police officer make their way through the northbound levels of 35. Just look how fast these cars are going. It's kind of catching these people by surprise. Dangerous situation over here north of downtown. This is Elmira that you see right over here. This is the crossing right above 35. But yeah, definitely causing a problem this morning. I'm going to be over here. Again, another close call with an accident because people are speeding. I'm going to be in this area. I'll let you know how this progresses and if they shut it down. Back to you, Joy.
David, thank you. We'll continue to follow up on this. We'll have more live updates from David throughout the morning. Again, at least 25 high water closures, but it's not just the closures. It's the high water in these areas where traffic is still allowed through. That's the latest for now. We'll have a lot more.
waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Okay, let's take a deep breath, sort of make our way through. This is expected. We've been talking about this, but it is very nasty outside, and the conditions are very treacherous. And I want to, real quickly, so before we went to break, we had these TransGuide cameras down of 35, and you saw the puddles, essentially, the ponding. We say this a lot here on our show, you know, give yourself a little extra time, and it's almost like a line, right? But when you see these cars flying down the highway and then going through this water and then having an issue of hydroplaning, that's why we say it. So please give yourself extra time this morning. You will need it no matter where you're going. This is the area that we're talking about right now. So the left hand is 35 lower level going north. So that's coming out of downtown. Right lane is going in. It is still open. At least it was about 2.5 minutes ago, but everybody's just flying through that as if it's some sort of amusement park ride, and it's not, and it can be very dangerous. And as David Mendoza said earlier, here we go. He said two things. Number one, it comes up on people. People aren't aware. If you know that area, it's dry, and then it dips down real quickly, and because of the darkness, it's hard to see that issue. It's darker than what you're seeing here on your screen. And then the other is, he said he saw an accident. He said one car rammed the other one from behind.
Yeah, it's terrible because it's dark. It's still dark outside, and they're not seeing this water. So you can see the northbound lanes, that's all water. That's all water, and then it's just bad. So let's get to Jeanette and let us know when this rain is, it's let up a little bit, but it's still going to continue.
So that's a perfect example of, although the rain has stopped for now, there's still lots of high water out there, and definitely one of those mornings where you just really have to be extra careful. Yeah, you add the fact that it's still dark outside, that makes it more difficult to see any areas where there is some high water. Roads wet all across San Antonio, all across Bexar County. Here's a live look outside. Again, a little break. We're in a lull right now, the heaviest rain moving away, but I do expect more rain later this morning. 62 degrees in San Antonio. The observation site at the airport still picking up on some of the shower and thunderstorm activity that's over far eastern Bexar County, moving into Guadalupe County and Wilson County. Here's the satellite and radar composite. So a little break from the rainfall here. Reminder, we're still under a flash flood warning until 10 o'clock this morning. Storms are hitting Guadalupe County, Wilson County, moving towards Gonzales County. This is where we're seeing the more moderate to heavy rain with this thunderstorm activity. Farther south into Karnes County, that's where more of the intense rain is. Rainfall rates here over 3 inches per hour and more frequent. Cloud to ground lightning could also see gusty winds up over 30 miles an hour. There's a a flood advisory for that area until 10. And the flash flood warning for San Antonio also runs until 10 this morning. There's more activity farther to the west, and I do expect some of this back into San Antonio, I would say after 7, 8 a.m. Live power Doppler radar in northern Uvalde County tracking a storm that is producing also some drenching downpour. So very, very active day ahead. It is cooler too with the rain and the north winds behind yesterday's front. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s right now. So wet and cool throughout the day. We'll check out what you can expect later in the day because it's going to taper off. The rain will end by the evening commute. More on that coming up.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. A major reversal for Camp Mystic. Camp leadership says it will not reopen this summer after last year's deadly flooding that killed 27 campers and counselors. Camp withdrew its summer 2026 license application following outrage from families of the victims in the ongoing investigations into the disaster. This comes after days of testimony from family members who testified before a legislative committee and recanted the nightmare they lived that last July. Camp owners also testified and defended their actions during the flooding.
Think about the night of the flood every moment of every day. We tried our hardest that night, and it wasn't enough to save your daughters.
If y'all are left as an operator in any form or fashion, what deterrent does that send to another operator that I can have kids die on my watch and still be an operator?
Camp Mystic originally planned to only reopen part of the camp that was not damaged and where there were no deaths. More than 800 campers signed up to attend camp this summer.
Several Texas lawmakers are asking the governor to call a special session to fine-tune, clarify these youth camp safety laws. Representative Wes Verdell, who represents the Hill Country, one of the dozen or so that are making that request, they say these laws, while incredibly strict and safe, have also created unintended consequences for camps, especially financial burdens for the smaller camps or the nonprofit ones. The lawmakers believe that a special session would help them work with communities while still keeping campers safe. Stay with us. More coverage of the weather maker that is blowing through San Antonio right now. Some good news, bad news. So the very latest on that and your morning commute straight ahead.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Parts of Texas got pelted by hail this week, and thunder in some areas was fascinating to witness. Meanwhile, in Tennessee this week, an impressive circumhorizontal arc southwest of Nashville looks like an upside-down rainbow, but it's not one. They're even nicknamed fire rainbows. They form, though, when the sun or moonlight passes through plate-shaped hexagonal crystals in high cirrus clouds.
Hi, can you see me now and hear me now? Can you hear me and see me now? Can you hear me and see me? Yay, okay.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
6:44 on this Friday morning. If you're just joining us, the rain ending for now. However, lots of flooding throughout the city. Flash flood warning continues. This in effect until 10 this morning. Here's a look at live power Doppler radar. That large batch of moderate to heavy rain that hit the area after midnight, that is moving away to the east and northeast. That's why we're seeing a little break from the rain right now. But again, roads still in bad shape with lots of high water, and definitely stay away from those areas areas that typically flood. Lots of high water there as well. Want to point out, a little more rain is approaching from the west. I think we'll see this break here for about an hour before more rain comes in from the west. Still seeing that area of heaviest rainfall that's moving east from Karnes County, Wilson County, up into Gonzales County, and there goes more of that activity coming in to the I-35 corridor. Very, very active today. It's cool too, so you'll need the jacket if you're heading out. Closer look at what you can expect out there this morning and for the rest of the day coming up in your full forecast.
This is News 4 San Antonio Today, the only local news station with nonstop news.
It is what we do. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Nonstop news starts right now. We are the only TV station in town commercial free until the top of the hour.
That's right. We have you covered this morning. You just heard from Jeanette, and she'll give us another look at weather in just a few minutes.
So we've been bouncing around with TransGuide cameras, David Mendoza, Christina De Leon, who are out in all of this. What is the latest here, Joy? We'll start with Joy Bergen. 35 through downtown, a bit of a mess. What is this part of it?
Yeah, so this is I-35 at Main, and I wanted to show you this picture because the lower level of I-35 almost looks like the Riverwalk. We are not allowing any traffic through. That is good news. They had originally closed the northbound lanes, but the southbound lanes were still open, and we were seeing a lot of problems there. We now have both directions closed. That is between 37 and I-10 through the downtown area on I-35. We also have a closure on I-10 just north of downtown, westbound lower level between Colorado Street and Woodlawn. We've got, of course, the frontage road of I-35 closed at Salado Creek over on the east side. Here's a screenshot of what that area looks like. In fact, we have 25 high water closures across Bexar County right now. Photojournalist David Mendoza live this morning in Roadcam. He has been running all around town because pretty much everywhere he goes there's a problem. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're back on the road again. I was just at that closure in the lower levels of 35. Very hectic scene before the southbound lanes were actually closed. We saw an accident there, a rear ending. People were flying through there, so glad to hear that they closed it now. Both north and southbound lanes closed. Right now, I am getting onto 35 south from 10 at the Y in the downtown area. Really backed up right now because of these lower level closures. Really, the main impact of traffic right now is in the downtown area. We're seeing a whole lot of people, wet roads, but the positive news is that the rain has stopped at the moment. So I'm going to continue on. I'll let you know what else I find out here. Back to you.
David, thank you. We'll be checking in with him throughout the morning. We also have some other spots where things are closed, but we do have some high water reported. That includes 281 and 410. We've seen a lot of high water there. Just west of downtown, Highway 90 westbound at Couples. We also have some accidents this morning. West side, Highway 90 eastbound at 151. A crash on the south side, 410 eastbound at Somerset. On the north side, 1604 eastbound, the exit to La Cantera, and I-10 westbound as you're approaching 410. 2 lanes blocked there because of that. Again, a lot that we're following right now. We'll keep you updated.
All right, so this is starting to be an issue as well. We are seeing an increase in roads that are being reported flooded. So just a reminder, we started with 10 when we went on the air at 4:30. We are now up to 35, and you can see they are spread out now. So initially it was pretty much in the heart of Alamo Heights and near central downtown. Now we are starting to widen that umbrella of roads being flooded out, including there out in the Cibolo area. That's why that school district is closed. And then down south as well, there are some closures, entrance ramps along Wurzbach Parkway. That is an issue. All of the lanes through and entrances into Almas Park at Alamo Heights, those are closed as well. If you know of a low water crossing in your area or on your morning commute, the likelihood of that being closed right now is very high because of the rain that's been going on now for several hours. So we will say this 100 times and we'll keep saying it. Give yourself ample time to get where you're going this morning because odds are that commute will take a lot longer than normal.
Time now is 6:49. We continue our team coverage with another look at the roads. News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon joins us live from Storm Tracker. Christina, how's it going out where you are?
It's going well. Because the rain has let up, like Jeanette just mentioned, things are actually passable, seeable, doable. We're on 90 right now on the city's far west side of town, and you can see the roadway in front of you, but look at those clouds. You can see those clouds right there too. They don't look too good. Like Jeanette mentioned, storms are going to be coming in here in about an hour or less or so. We're heading to Leon Creek to see how things look there. You can follow us on Storm Tracker on air and online. We're going to continue to keep going throughout the city to see where the water piles up. We have been seeing little spots of water throughout the morning on the roadway in Storm Tracker where people have had to navigate. But again, one of the usual suspects that we talk about all morning long is Leon Creek and 90. And we're going to go through another little patch of water. Nothing dangerous out here, but 90 and Leon Creek tends to be one of those places that we have problems. And so we're going to go check it out and let you know more details as we get them. But again, follow us online as well at news4sanantonio.com. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Emma Allen at the live desk. We continue to monitor school closures and delays. Schertz ISD announcing now that they will be closed. Any ISD and Northside ISD just issuing a memo saying high water and unexpected road closures will likely impact the commute this morning for bus drivers. So at this time, they have not canceled school, but they say due to the potential of that high water we just saw with Christina and Joy, as well as David and Marisa, there are unexpected road closures, and bus drivers will definitely need to be using extra time to make sure that those students get to school safe on those buses. They also encourage any parents that are driving their own children to school to make sure that you use caution when traveling in those impacted areas. And as we can see, there are a lot out there. That is the latest from the live desk.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
And just to piggyback off of what Emma was saying, a lot of the schools, the only district we know of is that Schertz-Cibolo Universal City School District that all of their schools are closed. Yeah. But the other ones that are on a delay and saying, right, parents, take your time. If your kids are at a bus stop, there could be some delay when the buses get there. Judson, Southwest ISD, any ISD in Northside.
Just to clarify here, not a delayed start time, just a delayed timing of the bus routes this morning.
Because I guess kids not going to be marked late today, so they're urging parents, take your time, don't rush getting your kids to school because you're going to be worried that they will get there, late. Very busy morning. A little break from the rain right now.
That's what good news.
Little break from the rain right now. It's going to last for about an hour before I do expect more rain to move in later this morning. So even though we're seeing a break from the rain, roads are wet. There's still lots of flooding out there. Reminder, flash flood warning in effect still until 10 this morning. We received several inches of rain since last night, and more is on the way. So weather alert today, flood risk pretty high throughout the day. We'll have on and off showers and storms. Heaviest rainfall will be the biggest concern. Of course, that is what's going to cause the flooding, but we have to watch for maybe some isolated strong to potentially severe storms that could produce some wind, hail, and frequent lightning. Drier, sunnier, cooler, just in time for the weekend. We just have to get through today. Here's a look at the flood alerts. First off, where flooding is possible, that's where we have a flood watch that runs until 9 o'clock this evening. Where flooding is happening or could happen is where we're seeing the flood advisory. That until 10 o'clock this morning. That's in the light green. In the red, flash flood warning. That includes all of San Antonio, and that is until 10 this morning. Check out some of the radar estimated rainfall amounts. This is showing 24 hours, but a lot of this fell last night. A general 1 to 2 plus inches of rain. That's in the blue and the purple. Here in San Antonio, we've easily picked up 2 to 3 plus inches. Someone sent me a picture of their rain gauge measuring close to 4 inches. So just know that there's more rain coming, so those rainfall amounts will add up. Live power Doppler radar, break from the rainfall here, but here's a thunderstorm that's along Highway 90. That's getting into Castroville. That's moving off towards the north and east, so we'll likely see that into west central Bexar County. Heavier storms moving towards the eastern zone. There goes that thunderstorm activity from eastern Guadalupe County, Gonzales County, and this is now intensifying a little more. So just east of Karnes City and Karnes County, that likely producing at least some small hail, gusty winds, 30, 40 plus miles an hour. And look at all of the lightning strikes. That's frequent cloud to ground lightning. Also lots of lightning moving towards Gonzales County.
Lavaca County right now more so light to moderate rain. Closer look at live power Doppler radar so you can see the thunderstorm activity there from Nixon to just east of Karnes City. Farther to the west, more activity is approaching. It's active with storms over northern Uvalde County. Also some isolated storms moving northward into Bandera and Kerr County. Here's one thunderstorm that's over south central Medina County. That's just to the west of Divine. We'll likely see that coming into Bexar County within the next 60 minutes or so. So a break in San Antonio from the rain right now, and we'll see more rain though in the next 30 to 60 minutes. The setup, we have the stationary boundary across the south, and we have an upper level disturbance that's coming in from the west. We have to watch for any gusty storms. Again, level 1 severe storm risk, wind and hail being the primary hazards. We'll have another wave of rain between 8 and 9, likely to continue until about 11. We'll see that area of rain then moving off towards the east after lunchtime, and then more so isolated to widely scattered activity this afternoon into the early evening. The evening commute home after 5, a lot drier, and then it's going to clear out from north to south. Sunny skies this weekend. Temperatures in the 50s in the morning this weekend with highs in the 70s. Dry stretch from Saturday through Tuesday, warming back up early next week, and then we could see more rain mid to late next week with another cool down starting next Thursday. Have that 4Zone weather app. Make sure you are weather aware today.
All right, live look outside. We are looking at over 30 high water closures throughout Bexar County, including on our highways, and it's easy to see why. You are looking live at the lower level of I-35 in the downtown area. This is near Main Street, just about turned into a river here, and so we have shut down both directions of the lower level of 35, all the way from 37 down to I-10. We also have a closure on I-10, the lower level here westbound from Colorado to Woodlawn. The eastbound lanes are still open, and then of course the frontage road of I-35 at Salado Creek. That is a usual spot for us. We do have photojournalist David Mendoza live in Road Cam. I want to get another update from him. David?
Hey, good morning, Joy. Yeah, checking out the traffic backups from the storm this morning. This was an accident that occurred a little earlier when it was really coming down. Still dealing with the backup here on 90 westbound, just outside of downtown, just past I-10. So we are in a lull right now. It's not raining, not a single raindrop on my windshield, but the traffic remains in the area, especially the downtown. Downtown is looking really backed up right now. We'll keep you updated with this next round of storms on air and online. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. And we also have some high water report in other areas as well, 281 and 410, Highway 90 at Couples. We've got some crashes as well. Highway 90 eastbound at 151 this morning, south side, 410 eastbound at Somerset on the north side, 1604 eastbound at La Cantera, I-10 westbound as you're approaching 410, and on the northeast side, loop 1604 eastbound at Lookout. Roads are rough, and on top of that, we have all of these other issues that we're dealing with as well. That's the latest with your on-time traffic.
Emma Allen at the live desk. We continue to monitor all the news coming in from local schools. We are hearing Judson ISD is announcing that the bus routes will or possibly be impacted. And we also know that NEISD as well as NISD are watching bus routes as well to make sure that everybody is safe this morning. They say take your time, even if it causes you to be late. I'm sure that they will allow it today as long as everybody is safe. That is the latest from the live desk.
All right, Emma, thank you. Also, you can add Alamo Heights ISD to the list, the growing list of school districts who are just telling parents the bus routes and the buses could be a little bit slower than normal. So just be advised on that. This is a live picture of CPS Energy outages. We have seen this increase throughout the morning as well. Almost 6,000 people this morning right now without power currently. There are two biggies just near the north center of your screen here. One out in Live Oak that's affecting about 1,200 customers. And then one just south of 1604 there on the left-hand side near I-10 that is affecting almost 2,000 people. So just know that everyone working at CPS Energy is working like crazy. Crews are out dealing with a lot of things to try and get order and power restored. Hopefully, for your sake, that happens sooner than normal. We, by the way, if you weren't watching at the time, also had a power outage, and the lights blew out, and So we certainly feel for you guys who are maybe watching on an app because the TV's not working right now.
That's right. So parents, just be aware. It's okay. Just take your time, get your kids to school safely. No school shut down except Schertz Cibolo Universal City District. All of those schools are shut down. However, there are delays on the bus route, so be aware of that, as well as all of the CPS outages. So thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Keep following us on social media pages. Obviously, download the 4Zone weather app. You can get the very latest. This is just one wave. Jeanette says more is coming. Keep it right here on 4 throughout the morning. She will break into coverage of the Today Show with the very latest updates on the weather. As we say it every morning, today is a gift. Make it count.
Mic check, mic check. Alrighty, in 3, 2. Happy Friday. It's a wet start to the month of May. We'll see showers and thunderstorms on and off throughout the day. Some of the rain locally heavy, and keep in mind the flooding risk is on the high side. It is going to be a cool day with temperatures holding steady in the 60s. We'll see the showers and storms ending this evening. Beautiful this weekend, a lot cooler and sunny. When I looked up, you had just had the one, and I go, oh. See, and I don't know if she puts padding at the end. So count and go. Okay. Do it again. Okay, all right. In 3, 2. Oh, I just noticed. That's what threw me off. Oh, no, we'll keep it here. Okay. All right. 3, 2. It is a wet start to the month of May. Showers and thunderstorms will continue on and off throughout the day. We'll see the rain ending this evening. Watch for flooding. Heavy rain will certainly cause some flooding concerns. Already seeing that this morning. Temperatures holding steady in the 60s. Drier, sunnier, and a lot cooler over the weekend.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
Well, there is an upper level disturbance that's approaching from the west, and that's bringing in a lot of moisture. It's been wet since last night, and we'll likely have showers and storms continuing throughout the day. It'll be on and off. Heading into the evening, though, it's going to be a lot drier. The evening commute not as wet as this morning. As the storm moves away, it's going to be sunny and dry this weekend. A little on the chilly side in the mornings this weekend, 70s in the afternoon.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
On and off showers and storms with some locally heavy rain today. This evening, though, late this afternoon into the early evening, we'll start to see that chance for rain decrease. The evening commute should be better than what we're seeing out there this morning. It is going to be a pretty cool day. Temperatures holding steady in the 60s. Could see some low 70s in the western zone. Drier air moves in tonight, so that's going to set us up for a clear, dry, sunny weekend. It's going to be in the 50s in the mornings this weekend, highs in the 70s. Dry stretch from Saturday through Tuesday. Slight rain chance Wednesday. Well, 7:18 on this Friday morning here, giving you a weather update, and we're still seeing this lull in San Antonio, a little break from the rain, but there is a little more rain that's approaching from the west. That large area of heavy rain that impacted us overnight and early this morning is moving away. 62 degrees in San Antonio. It is cool. You'll need your jacket. North breeze at 13 miles an hour. Flash flood warning continues until 10 a.m. There goes a heavy shower approaching the north side. Some heavier rain over southwestern Bexar County. In fact, there is a pretty gusty storm right now from Castroville to Lido that has heavy rain and also some brief high winds. Well, I am tracking another batch of rain coming into San Antonio and Bexar County. We'll take a look at radar coming out, but a reminder, flood alerts in our area. Flooding is the biggest concern. So we have a flood watch, which means that flooding is possible. That runs until 9 o'clock this evening. But where the flood risk is more imminent, we have a flood advisory that includes southern Bexar County, Medina County, Frio County, Atascosa, and Karnes County. Wilson County also included in that until 10 this morning. But there goes that flash flood warning right over San Antonio and Bexar County, that until 10 this morning. We did see a little break from the rain, but notice more rain is starting to fill in on radar here. This is right within this flash flood warning. Castle Hills over the north side of town, outside of 410, inside of 1604, there's a heavy downpour. Here comes a thunderstorm that has rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. In the red there, that's locally heavy rain that's moving away from Castroville and Lido, heading towards southwest Bexar County, and that it will likely hold together and come into San Antonio. So that's definitely going to create more issues. Farther to the west, there's another thunderstorm between Bandera County and northern Medina County. That's a pretty gusty storm. Could see some small hail with that. And look at all of the lightning, frequent cloud to ground lightning. That is racing to the east, and we'll see that moving towards northwest Bexar County in the next 30 minutes or so. There goes that larger area of rain that hit us last night and early this morning. That's moving off towards the east and northeast. And there are some thunderstorms with torrential downpours, gusty winds, lots of lightning, and even the potential for small hail in DeWitt County, northern Gonzales County, moving towards Lavaca County. We are seeing live power Doppler radar here. So it's Shiner, Yoakum, Cuero, where I'm noticing this more intense rain, lightning, and wind gusts possibly closer to 30 plus miles an hour. It is going to be a pretty active day with these showers and storms coming in. This is more isolated to widely scattered activity. Definitely watch out for the wet roads, lots of high water on the roadways. And at temperatures, they're on the cool side. You'll need to grab your jacket. It's in the 60s right now, low 60s. We may make it to the mid 60s this afternoon. Level 1 severe storm risk. Any thunderstorm that develops along with the potential for a heavy rain that could cause flooding could have some gusty winds and hail, and that risk is from San Antonio to the south and east. 50s and 60s right now, coolest up across the hill country, 59 from Bernie to Kerrville. Here's your Friday forecast. On and off showers and storms through the early afternoon. Late this afternoon into the evening, we should see the rain ending. And this weekend looking spectacular with sunny skies, temperatures in the mornings in the 50s with high temperatures in the 70s. We'll see a dry stretch from Saturday through Tuesday before more chances for rain come in by late next week. A big warm up Tuesday and Wednesday. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Very wet day in the western zone as well. Hill country, watch out for some flooding issues there through the morning. That's your forecast. Stay with us. We'll keep you guys updated.
Mike check, audio check, 321. Good afternoon. I'm David Chancellor. It is Friday, May 1st. These are some of the big stories that we are working on besides what's happening outside with the weather. Major reversal for Camp Mystic. Camp leadership says it will not reopen this summer. The camp withdrew its 2026 license application after outrage from families of the victims and the ongoing investigations into the disaster. This comes after days of testimony from family members who testified before a legislative committee and recanted the nightmare that they lived through last July. Camp owners also testifying and defending their actions during the flooding. More than 800 campers had signed up to attend camp. Several Texas lawmakers are asking Governor Greg Abbott to call a special session to fine-tune and clarify youth camp safety laws. Representative Wes Verdell, who represents the Hill Country, is one of the dozen lawmakers making that request. They say the new laws have created unintended consequences for camps all over Texas, including the financial burden for smaller and nonprofit camps. The lawmakers believe that a special session would help them work with communities while still keeping campers safe. The Spurs now know who they'll take on in round 2 of the playoffs. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves who finished off the Denver Nuggets last night in that series. Jaden McDaniels, get to know that name. He scored 32 points. T-Wolves won the game 110-98. This is key. Minnesota will not have 2 of their key stars in the series against San Antonio, at least not early. Dante DiVincenzo is out indefinitely. He blew out his Achilles. Anthony Edwards is out because of a hyperextended knee and a bone bruise. He could be back before the series is over. Schedule is out. Games 1 and 2 here in San Antonio are Monday and Wednesday of next week. The series then shifts to Minnesota on Friday and Sunday, and then it'll play on out. By the way, San Antonio lost 2 of 3 to the Timberwolves this season.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
Well, the flood risk is staying high through the rest of the day today because we'll likely see more of the showers and storms this until early this evening. Now, we are looking at a level 1 severe storm risk. Some of the more intense storms could, along with the heavy rain that causes flooding, could produce some hail, gusty winds, and frequent lightning. It is going to be drier and sunny just in time for the weekend, but a lot cooler too, with morning lows in the 50s. Reminder, flood watch continues this until 9 o'clock this evening. This is where flooding is possible, and that includes areas mostly along and north of Highway 90. Level 1 severe storm risk for those storms that could produce wind and hail from San Antonio to the south and east. This also includes Bernie and up towards the New Braunfels area. Future radar showing a pretty active picture here. We had showers and storms overnight. The rain continued through this morning, created lots of issues for the morning drive, but we're kind of seeing things settling down. By this late afternoon, early evening, the bulk of the rain should be farther to the north and east. We'll still have clouds around and maybe some isolated activity for the evening commute. And then it clears out tonight. Drier air filters from the north tonight, and that'll bring us clear skies for your Saturday. So showers and storms still through at least 4 p.m. and then more so isolated activity closer to 6, 7 o'clock this evening. Temperatures this afternoon mostly in the 60s, holding steady in the 60s. Could see some spots out west that dry out sooner, getting into the upper 60s and low 70s. This weekend, sunny, dry. We just have to get through today. Temperatures in the morning in the 50s, afternoon highs in the 70s. Dry stretch from Saturday through Tuesday. Slight rain chances returning mid to late next week. That's your forecast. Stay safe.
Mic check, check. Oh. Well, we have more thunderstorms coming across the area. 744, very active here on radar. We're seeing a thunderstorm that's now coming into the heart of San Antonio that has more heavy rain with it. There's a stronger storm back to the west extending from northeastern Medina County up into eastern Bandera County. Also notice a pretty gusty storm that's moving east across Lavaca County, and even more storms are developing along the Rio Grande. There's a storm over northern Maverick County just north of Eagle Pass right now. Here is live power Doppler radar showing you this thunderstorm that's coming into downtown San Antonio. That is now inside of Loop 410, west side of town, seeing the heaviest rain in the red. That's indicating rainfall rates over 3 inches per hour. This is going to add to the flooding concerns that we already have had here. We've picked up about 2 to 3 inches plus of rain since overnight, and this is just going to add to that. So from the far northwest side of San Antonio to the west side, southwest side, we have another batch of heavy rain with this thunderstorm. This is moving fairly quickly, and it's moving off towards the east and northeast. Up across Timberwood Park, we're also seeing locally heavy rain. Reminder, flash flood warning in effect until 10 this morning. There's lots of high water on area roads, especially those areas that typically flood under bridges and overpasses downtown, including construction zones. The worst of the flooding from downtown San Antonio to the north side. Now let's take a
a look at live power Doppler radar closer to the heart of the city. I want to show you just south of Highway 90 is where the heaviest rainfall is, and that is also hitting the Von Ormy region. Bandera Lake Hills, north of Highway 90 in Medina County, there's another storm. This earlier had the potential of producing small hail. Right now, it's just the heavy rain, the frequent lightning, and the gusty winds that could get up to 30 miles an hour. Another strong storm, this one in Lavaca County, that's moving off towards the east. Heaviest rainfall just to the south of Hallettsville. And here's another storm, this one a little strong over northern Maverick County, far southern Kinney County. That's moving off towards the north. Bracketville, smaller thunderstorm there with heavy rain. It's going to be one of those days where you have to be weather aware. Flooding will be the biggest concern. Wet with on and off showers and storms. We should see the rain ending late this afternoon into the evening. All right, it's almost 8 o'clock on this Friday morning. Very active once again. If you're just tuning in, we're seeing more showers and thunderstorms coming across Bexar County. Storms from the north side of town to the east side of town, and that's moving off towards the east. There's another thunderstorm approaching the far northwest side of San Antonio, northwestern Bexar County. That thunderstorm extending into far eastern Bandera County, southern Kendall County. The flooding risk remains high. Reminder, flash flood warning still in effect. That until 10 o'clock this morning. Some scattered activity farther to the south, pockets of moderate rainfall there, but I would say the more intense rain here in San Antonio and Bexar County from the north side to the northwest side, and once again over far eastern Bexar County. There's a gusty storm in Lavaca County and yet another smaller thunderstorm that's moving east across northern Maverick County. Live power Doppler radar giving you a better view of the rain. Again, pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. You can see here right along Highway 281 and along I-10. It is going to be a very busy morning. Rounds of showers and storms throughout the day today continue. All right, 8:11 on this Friday morning, catching you all online to give you the latest on what's going on. We're seeing more heavy rain coming across San Antonio right now, but there is now a severe thunderstorm prompting a severe thunderstorm warning across Zavala County. We'll get to that coming up, but here is that flash flood warning that remains in effect for San Antonio, portions of Comal County, Guadalupe County, even back towards east central Medina County. We're seeing another area of heavy rain that's coming over the northwestern part of Bexar County, so heads up on the northwest side of town. Helotes, Castle Hills, even over towards the Dominion area, Alamo Ranch, another batch of heavy rain coming in. This area could pick up another ½ an inch to an inch of rain from this. Across eastern Bexar County, just to the south of Schertz, over towards St. Hedwig, there's another area of locally heavy rainfall. And I'm noticing a third spot of moderate to heavy rain that's coming into the south side of San Antonio. Flood risk very high. Roads are wet. Lots of high water in those typical spots, really from downtown San Antonio to the north side. So again, here's live power Doppler radar, still seeing heavy rain in our area, a couple of thunderstorms dropping rainfall rates between an inch to almost 3 inches per hour. We're going to see a little break from this batch of rain coming up shortly, but don't let your guard down. We're still going to see a mess on the roads and, of course, lots of high water out there. I have paused live power Doppler radar so you can watch and see here where the heaviest rain is falling. That's northwestern Bexar County, eastern Bexar County, the south side. And this is across the southeast. Here is that severe thunderstorm. This is putting down up to quarter-sized hail and torrential rain. This is a severe thunderstorm warning here until 8:45. This severe thunderstorm is moving off towards the east pretty quickly at 55 miles an hour. Heads up, La Pryor. This is headed your way. So it's moving to the east, hitting northwest Zavala County, moving towards now the La Pryor area. This does look like it is producing at least quarter-sized hail. That's the hail core. The hail core west of La Pryor right now. Lots of lightning with this, blinding downpours. So severe thunderstorm now getting into Zavala County. This is moving towards La Pryor, Batesville. If that does not weaken, you're likely to see some large hail, gusty winds, and very heavy rainfall in the next about 20 minutes or so. But if you're watching us in northern Zavala County, there is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing at least quarter-sized hail and wind gusts up over 40-50 miles an hour. Now, in the eastern zone, I am noticing more of the showers and storms that are moving off towards the east along I-10. Lavaca County, DeWitt County, pockets of light to moderate rain. The more intense storms are a little farther to the west. In San Antonio, live look outside the heart of the city. Dry, believe it or not. Heaviest stuff is farther to the northwest, the south, and east. 62 degrees north wind at 8 miles an hour. Not very active from that Raul B. Rodriguez Law weather camera downtown because the rain is falling outside of downtown. Temperatures are in the 50s and 60s. It is going to be a very wet day. Definitely be careful. Make sure you have that 4-zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. If there is a thunderstorm headed your way, you will get a notification if you have that weather app. It is going to get a lot cooler tonight into tomorrow morning with lows in the 50s. Here's your 7-day forecast weather alert day today. Flood watch in effect through 9 o'clock this evening. The rain should start to end, though, as we get closer to the evening commutes. Until then, extra careful rounds of showers and thunderstorms. Well, this second wave of showers and storms coming across San Antonio and the central zone as we speak. Some pockets of heavy rain showing up with the heavier storms. One moving from the northwest side to the north side. This is along and outside of 1604. Another area of heavy rain moving away from eastern Bexar County, headed towards Guadalupe County and Wilson County. And there's another area of moderate to heavy rain with a thunderstorm over the south side of San Antonio. This is the second wave behind the first batch that came through overnight and early this morning. There is a severe thunderstorm over northern Zavala County. I'll get to that coming up. Flash flood warning continues until 10. That will likely be extended because the flooding risk will remain on the high side. We are seeing lots of high water on area roads, especially those low water crossings, poor drainage areas. I suggest staying away from construction zones because this rain will just continue not just through the morning, but even into this afternoon. Live power Doppler radar, closer look at where the heavier rain is. That's the north side, Castle Hills towards Stone Oak, Timberwood Park, and back towards Helotes. Another area of moderate to heavy rain on the south side, now getting inside of Loop 410. Here is that severe thunderstorm, La Pryor. You're likely getting hit with some hail. This is a severe thunderstorm that's moving to the east. It's moving fast. I'm sort of noticing signs of weakening, maybe not quite as severe as it was just a couple of minutes ago, but the potential is there for at least quarter-sized hail. That's hailstones as large as quarters. That's about an inch in diameter. Also torrential downpours that will definitely cause some issues there over northern Zavala County. Frequent clouds to ground lightning and wind gusts likely up over 40 to maybe even 50 miles an hour. Weaker thunderstorm is on the other side of Batesville, that over northeastern Zavala, but this is the more intense storm, severe thunderstorm, northwest Zavala, moving across La Pryor. Severe thunderstorm warning there until 8:45. And I'll continue to track this thunderstorm. It is holding together, showing signs of weakening, but that may impact areas farther to the east and northeast. Over towards DeWitt County, Lavaca County, Gonzales County, a little bit of a break, scattered showers, some pockets of more moderate rain, and we are going to see most likely another round of showers and storms coming into San Antonio within the next hour or so. So we're getting these breaks, but they're not lasting for more than an hour. And just to give you an idea of how much rain has fallen, well, we're talking about a 2 to 3 inch total so far. In the blue, that's an inch. In the purple, that's 2 inches. But once you see the reds, that's indicating 3 inches of rain. These are radar estimated rainfall amounts. It says 24 hours, but a lot of this falling since the overnight period. Closer to the west side, about 2 inches. Over towards northeastern Bexar County into Guadalupe County, areas there about 3+ inches of rain. Can we take the TransGuide camera so I can show folks conditions on the roads? Of course, they're wet. I'm sure a lot of you will be dealing with this over the next several hours. Just if you have to get out there, just be careful and just stay away from those areas that typically flood. I know there's flooding, Salado Creek at I-35. If you see an area that is barricaded, do not attempt to go around those barricades. Stay away, turn around, don't drown. Very, very wet start to the first day of May. It's also cool, temperatures in the 60s. We'll take a look at another weather update coming up in just a few minutes. 8:26, and it is a soggy start to the day. Pretty dangerous too because of the flood risk. There is a flash flood warning that remains in effect until 10. There's lots of flooding going on across the city. We had a large batch of heavy rain that moved in overnight, continued through early this morning. Here's another wave of showers and storms. Not seeing any severe thunderstorms, but certainly heavy storms that are producing some pockets of very heavy rainfall. And you can see a very active radar picture here. That's part of the larger batch of rain that came in overnight. That's now moving away. Meanwhile, closer to the central zone, the I-35 corridor, here's this area of showers and thunderstorms. The thunderstorm activity is isolated, but it's those storms again that are producing the heavy rain, the thunder, and even some brief high winds. By the way, that severe thunderstorm I was tracking over northern Zavala County, that is weakening. Severe thunderstorm warning has just been canceled. Live power Doppler radar, flash flood warning until 10. We've already received 2 to 4 inches of rain. Could see a couple more inches of rainfall, so flooding risk remains very high. Heavy rain on the north side, the south side, and over eastern Bexar County. Well, this wave of showers and storms is slowly starting to pull away to the east. It looks like the heaviest rain now right along Highway 281 and points east. We're seeing a couple of thunderstorms still from Bexar County to Guadalupe County and Wilson County, and that's where I'm noticing the heaviest rainfall. We are looking at a break from the rain from far western Bexar County to Medina County. We'll see that into San Antonio momentarily. About an hour break before more showers and storms come in. You can see that activity right now from Real County to Uvalde County, northern Zavala County. Earlier, this was a severe thunderstorm over northern Zavala County. More so just intense rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds, and frequent cloud to ground lightning, as opposed to that large hail threat we saw with it earlier. Live power Doppler radar, the red area indicating that flash flood warning, which remains in effect until 10. That'll likely be extended because I do expect that flooding risk to stay on the high side. Far northern Bexar County, pockets of heavy rain moving towards Timberwood Park, Stone Oak, and down towards the south side of San Antonio. This is now outside of Loop 410, right along 1604, another area of heavy rain. For the east side of town, moderate to heavy rain, and that is around Kirby, Windcrest, moving towards the St. Hedwig area. Seguin down towards Stockdale. Pockets of very heavy rainfall. This is going to easily drop another ½ an inch to an inch of rain. Can we take the TransGuide cameras, please, Kathleen, so we can check out the roads? Very wet out there. Just please be extra careful. We're seeing high water. That's I-35 at Salado Creek. I noticed a car that was stalled out there. I believe he or she attempted to drive through that high water, and the car just ended up stalling out. Something you do not want to do. One of those days where you have to be weather aware. We're going to keep you guys updated throughout the day. We'll see more of this activity through at least this afternoon. Much better weather, much better conditions for the evening drive home. Mic check, check. Well, the latest batch of showers and thunderstorms that hit San Antonio just moments ago, now on the other side of I-35, moving across the eastern zone. I'm not seeing any severe thunderstorms that are producing hail or damaging winds, but certainly some heavy rain, brief high winds, gusts closer to 30, 35 miles an hour, frequent clouds and ground lightning, and that's the case from Gonzales County to Wilson County, including northern Atascosa County. We're seeing another break from the rain here in San Antonio, especially from downtown to the north side. Farther to the east and southeast, light rain with pockets of moderate rain. More storms are on the way. Take a look at this area of stormy weather extending from western Bandera County to eastern Uvalde County and northeastern Zavala County. That's moving off towards the east. That has pockets of heavy rain, frequent cloud to ground lightning. Flash flood warning in effect until 10. Lots of flooding going on across town. Well, a flash flood warning has just been extended for San Antonio until 12 o'clock noontime. We are still seeing more rain coming across the area, and that's going to add to the flooding that we've already been seeing across the city and really across much of Bexar County. This does include portions of Guadalupe County, so Seguin under that flash flood warning again this until midday. Mostly light rain coming across Bexar County right now, but here is a storm that's helping to produce, or that's dropping, I should say, some more heavy rainfall. That is right along Loop 410 on the southeast side and over towards 1604 closer to Elmendorf. There's another storm that's coming in from the west, and that has an area of heavy rainfall. Keep in mind, no severe thunderstorms here. It's mostly the heavy rain that's going to cause additional flooding. Outside of Bexar County, here's a thunderstorm over northeastern Frio County, southeastern Medina County. That's hitting Divine. That's moving towards Atascosa County. So more rain for Pleasanton, Charlotte. And I'm going to keep an eye on that thunderstorm because that is a little on the intense side. Also seeing a storm moving east from Gonzales to Lavaca County. Back across Uvalde and Crystal City, we're going to see that dry wedge coming in within the next hour. We should see dry conditions here, at least another break from the rain between about 10:30 and noontime. And then there's more rain that's coming, showers and storms approaching the border. Live power Doppler radar, there goes the back edge of the rain approaching Castroville and Divine. Ahead of that, more of the showers and thunderstorms with pockets of heavy rainfall. Sabinal, Uvalde, La Pryor, after a stormy and wet start, you're seeing a break of the rain. And there goes northern Mexico into Valverde County. Another wave will be coming in. This will come into San Antonio closer to about noontime. So a very wet day. Roads still extremely wet. We'll see the waves of showers and storms on and off until about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. The evening commute, not quite as wet. It's cool with the rain, temperatures in the 50s and 60s. So you'll need that jacket with you all day. We'll see those temperatures holding steady in the 60s. As we go into the weekend, it's going to be a lot drier. We'll see sunny skies. Lows will be dropping into the 50s tonight, and then again tomorrow night into Sunday morning. Weather alert day today because of the rain causing some flooding issues around town. If you see a flooded area, turn around. Don't drown. Stay away from those construction zones as well, since they tend to easily flood. We'll keep you guys updated on air and online. That's your forecast. Good morning. It is 9:45 on this Friday morning, first day of the month of May, and it is a wet start. Flash flood warning has been extended as I expected. This is going through noontime. Much of Bexar County included in this, including a good chunk of Guadalupe County. This is where the flooding risk is highest. We've already seen numerous road closures. In fact, according to bearflood.org, 36 roads are closed in and around San Antonio because of the high water. We've seen about 2 to 3+ inches of rain since this started overnight, and more rain is on the way. I won't be surprised if this warning gets extended even further because the flooding risk will stay pretty high throughout the afternoon. We're not going to completely see this gone until we hit the early evening hours. But here's live power Doppler radar showing you this wave of showers and thunderstorms. No severe storms, but definitely some heavy rainfall. There goes one area of heavy rain over St. Hedwig. That's far eastern of Bexar County. Another batch of heavy rain coming into the northwest side of town, Helotes, Fair Oaks Ranch, Scenic Oaks, just south of Bernie, some heavy rainfall. And there's a pocket of moderate to heavy rain with a thunderstorm that's hitting southwestern Bexar County. Inside of the heart of San Antonio, inside of Loop 410, that's mostly light to pockets of moderate rain. Here is this thunderstorm moving towards northern Atascosa County. Earlier, it had the potential of dropping some small hail when it was over northern Frio County. That's kind of weakening as it moves towards northern Atascosa County. Still torrential rain with it, gusty winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning, but it looks like the hail risk is sort of diminishing with that. The back edge of this rain now getting into eastern Medina County, approaching eastern Frio County. We'll see this break from the rain for a couple of hours before more rain moves in as we get closer to midday. So it's most active right now from San Antonio right along the I-35 corridor to the south and east. Strong thunderstorm there in Lavaca County. That could produce some small hail just to the south of Hallettsville. That too, very heavy rain. Rainfall rates over 3 inches per hour. Lots of lightning with that storm in Lavaca County. There is a flood advisory for much of Medina County, including northern Frio County, northern Atascosa County, and points east until 10 a.m. Again, those flood advisories will likely be extended. Castroville back towards Hondo, starting to see that break in the rainfall. Closer look at that gustier storm that's moving towards northern Atascosa County. This is just to the north of Charlotte right now and west of Poteet, the strongest part of the storm with the blinding downpours. In the darker red there, that's rainfall rates over 4.5 inches per hour. This could easily drop another inch or so of rain, and you can see the lightning strikes there. Bigfoot starting to see the rain taper off. It's not quite as heavy. Check out the activity that's back across Mexico, approaching now Valverde County, western Kinney County, and northwest Maverick County. We should see that wave of rain coming into San Antonio closer to noontime. So still very active here, very wet through the middle of the afternoon. It's not until late this afternoon, early this evening, when we'll start to see a lot of this rain start to taper off. 61 and cloudy with rain in San Antonio, north breeze at 13 miles an hour. Reminder, flood watch in effect. Let's take this back until 9 o'clock this evening. That includes these counties. And then there is a level 1 severe storm risk for us. This means that there could be a strong to potentially severe thunderstorm that produces the hail and high winds. But as of right now, it's the heavy rain that's going to cause some additional flooding that we're really concerned about. Future radar showing you by midday up until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when we'll see another wave of rain coming in. May catch a break for an hour or two before the final wave of rain comes in between about 4 and 6 p.m. It'll clear out tonight, and things are looking a lot better for the upcoming weekend. It's going to get a lot cooler with low temperatures dropping into the 50s tonight into tomorrow morning. We'll have the sunshine coming back over the weekend. So one final look at radar, taking you back here so we can see Another wave of showers and thunderstorms with heavy rain coming across San Antonio. Be extra careful out there. Roads very, very wet. Again, 36 roads closed in San Antonio due to high water. Flooding risk remains very high, so stay vigilant.
It looks perfect. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you hear me?
Parts of San Antonio Living have been pre-recorded.
Coming up on this hour of San Antonio Living, love her or hate her, you're definitely watching her. WWE Women's World Champion Liv Morgan joins us to talk about the WWE SummerSlam. And we're getting our first look at all the fun Schlitterbahn is offering this summer. But first, our etiquette expert is here to talk about destination weddings. It's all ahead. San Antonio Living starts now.
San Antonio Living starts right now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to San Antonio Living. I'm Shelly Miles. Are you considering a destination wedding? Well, whether you are a bride-to-be or maybe you're an invited guest, there's a lot to think about when it comes to setting up that destination wedding. Etiquette expert Diane Gottsman is here to help. It is good to see you.
Good to see you.
Oh, I'd like to be at a destination other than this morning, right?
That's right.
Nice and sunny somewhere. But let's talk about the couple. So imagine you're, a bride-to-be, a groom-to-be. You're thinking about a destination wedding. What are some things to keep in mind when you decide on that?
When a couple is thinking about that destination wedding, it's so romantic and you have all of these great ideas. But you have to remember that not everyone is going to be able to attend.
Yes, yeah.
So in your mind visually, you see all of these people out in, sitting out to support you. And there are times where they just aren't going to be able to make it. So you should not get your feelings hurt.
Okay.
And when you're creating that invitation, if you're going to do this destination wedding, be very, very specific, meaning we want to know what the expectations are. What is the dress attire specifically? You know, when you're having a destination wedding on a beach, that's a whole set of confusing questions that come up. So I think that you just have to really be real thorough and when you're planning this wedding.
Okay.
As always, as every wedding should be.
Of course. All right. So let's dig into some questions from viewers this morning. I hear through the family grapevine that one of my cousins is going to ask me to be a bridesmaid at her destination wedding. I wasn't even planning to attend. I don't have the funds. Do I have to do it because we're family?
Okay, so I love this because I hear through the family grapevine, they haven't even been asked yet.
Right?
And what if they don't get asked? Okay, that's going to be worse. So, you know, this person has some time to think about it.
Okay.
Because she says she didn't even plan to go. So if she is asked, don't jump the gun, because if you say, listen, I hear you're going to ask me, and then the bride to be says, oops, no. So be prepared with what you're going to say. And what you would say is, thank you so much. I'm touched that you're asking me, but I can't give you the support that it would require to be in the wedding.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm not going to be able to attend. Okay, that's the RSVP.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Here's another question. I have heard that if you go to a destination wedding, your travel costs are to the gift. Is this true?
No.
No, you have to still get a gift, right?
So I think it's important to factor into your budget, you know, all kinds of costs, including that gift. So it does not have to be quite as elaborate as it might have been, but you still need to send a gift.
Okay, let's say there's a destination wedding, but then there's like a party at home after the wedding.
Right.
But you go to the destination wedding, you're also invited to the after party. Do you now bring 2 gifts?
No.
Okay.
So, you know, it should be very clear that you're giving, so you probably are invited to a shower locally.
Okay.
Now you're going to the wedding, that's the gift, and you can send the gift or you can take the gift. You know, sending it's easier.
These days we send,
When they invite you to a luncheon, when they invite you to an after party, that's their gift back to you for coming to the ceremony and to the reception.
Okay. All right. We've got another question, and this could go for a destination wedding or just a wedding. We've been invited to a wedding in another state, and the invitation says adults only.